Ms. Free?
Here.
Ms. Amesqua?
Here.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Here.
Mr. Rios?
Here.
Dr. Vidari?
Here.
Dr. Concio?
Here.
And Mr. Bressoff.
Here. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge the presence of recent law enforcement activity in our community, including near one of our school sites earlier today. While we are not involved in these operations, we remain in communication with our site and district leadership. Our highest priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our students. We are committed to providing a welcoming, secure, and supportive learning environment for all students and families in the Norwalk-La Unified School District. Thank you for your continued trust. At this time, we have an opportunity for citizens to address the board on closed session agenda items. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4 speakers. Are there any, 5? Not a problem. Are there any online? Okay. There are no online people waiting to speak. Okay. Any other cards? Okay. We'll start with Nina Montoya.
You can move this if you need to up and down.
I can.
Yeah, you can move it if you need to.
Okay. I think that, can you hear me well like this? Okay. So let me start by saying good evening, board members, district leadership, and community stakeholders. I'm here to respectfully request the implementation of a district-wide equitable start time through contract language for all teachers, regardless of the grade level that they teach. While different bell schedules across elementary, middle, and high schools are understandable, the current disparity in teacher start times is not it's not instructional, it's institutional. Research supports that teacher effectiveness, job satisfaction, and retention are directly tied to equitable working conditions. According to a 2023 report by Rand Education, 78% of teachers cited schedule inequities such as extended or inconsistent hours as a contributing factor to burnout and attrition. This is particularly relevant as districts nationwide, including ours, face growing challenges in recruiting and retaining highly qualified educators. Let's be clear, equalizing teacher start time does not reduce student instructional minutes. Our bell schedules and instructional time requirements remain untouched. What changes is the consistency and fairness of how we treat the professionals responsible for delivering those minutes. Data from comparable districts that have adopted unified contractual start times show positive outcomes. For example, ABC Unified School District on the street from us implemented equal start times in 2022. Their internal HR review found that there was a 17% increase in teacher satisfaction in 1 year and a 10% decrease in sick leave usage, especially among elementary teachers. These are measurable impacts from a no-cost policy level change. Furthermore, California Ed Code 44908 outlines minimum teacher workdays, but does not mandate unequal start times across grade levels. The flexibility is ours. We simply need to use it in a way that promotes fairness. We are one district serving one community with one mission to educate all students. That work is made possible by all teachers. Requiring one group to arrive 30 minutes to 45 minutes, whatever the time is, earlier than others not only disrupts work-life balance, it undermines the idea that we are colleagues working towards the same goals. Equity is not just a concept we teach our students, it's a principle that we must model. I respectfully urge the board to consider the unified contractual start time for all teachers. It's fair, it's supported by data, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackie Nguyen.
Good evening, President Brassoff, Vice President Dr. Concio, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Breaker, administrators, our esteemed colleagues, and guests. I'm Jackie Nguyen, and I've been serving in our district for 25 years as a teacher. Just started my summer break. However, serving on the TANLA bargaining team, we are back at the bargaining table. And today we've completed our 31st bargaining session, going on our 32nd tomorrow. We are still trying on providing reasonable solutions to ongoing issues. Our current language proposals are not monetary because of the messaging from our very own district that we are deficit spending and cannot afford anything else. If we are truly deficit spending, why are we seeing monetary increases even though we are in declining enrollment? Why are we increasing a salary for an interim executive director? We currently have 2 assistant soups of ed services, and now the district is hiring a 3rd assistant soup of ed services for this upcoming year. This sends a completely different message to our members regarding our financial situation. How are these decisions to increase positions and salaries at the district level fiscally sound when they don't directly impact student achievement? In the upcoming budget adoption, how are the proposed decisions for budget reductions reasonable since they directly impact students? These items include reducing the cost for AP tests, reducing crossing guards, reducing the support of dual language programs, reducing TOSAs, reducing gate materials and supplies, reducing classroom sections for students. At the bargaining table, we also have been offering non-monetary solutions. For example, our high school teachers are expected to begin work at 8 o'clock, although school begins at 8:30. This amounts to an additional 15 minutes per day compared to our elementary and middle school teachers. This equates to 45 hours each year. This additional 15-minute time in the morning doesn't affect student instructional time or safety since teachers should not be used as security on campus. This supplants our CSEA members' positions if security is truly a concern. Where's the data for this? This is a non-monetary solution that can be easily agreed upon. We truly ask the school board to zoom in on our reasonable language proposals and ask those hard questions as we are truly seeking to come to a tentative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Amanda Cobain?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Cobian, a 20-year veteran teacher in this district and a parent in this district as well. As the bargaining chair for our teachers union, I am once again here to share that the district administrative team continues to ignore our proposal to create a more equitable work schedule for high school teachers. We feel there is a huge inequity in the expectation of unnecessary work hours for high school teachers. High school teachers already have to teach 150 more hours than any other teachers because of the state's required number of instructional minutes. We understand that those instructional minutes cannot be reduced, and we are not asking for that to happen. It is the additional 45 hours beyond the 150 of unnecessary time before school that we are asking for an adjustment on. Currently, only the high school teachers are required to be at the school 30 minutes before the start of the instructional day. We are asking that high school teachers be given the same expected start time of 15 minutes prior to the start of the student day as all of the other elementary and middle school teachers in our district. Unlike what you have probably heard from district administration, there is no fiscal impact, none. This requires no money from our budget whatsoever. It also does not limit the district's ability to hold a meeting. Elementary and middle school principals have been doing it for decades. I would like to hope that our high school principals are as competent as our elementary and middle school ones are. It does not disrupt any services to students. This time is solely for teachers and includes things like putting our lunch in the fridge or getting the mail from our mailboxes. There are no records or data indicating a need for additional safety supports between 8 o'clock and 8:15, according to district administration. If this is a concern, then the district should consider hiring more security personnel, especially for the middle schools that have more students than high schools. If data does magically appear, then I would like you to remember that teachers cannot supplant CSEA's security positions. When asked what the district's concern is, the response given is that they aren't comfortable with it. This is not a valid reason to require 45 additional hours for the same rate of pay. If there is a reason with validity as to why the district needs these additional 45 hours a year, TANLA is open to considering this reason. But after 31 bargaining sessions, we have yet to receive one. We ask that members of the school board direct the district administration in working collaboratively to rectify the significant gap in working conditions for our high school teachers instead of blatantly exploiting a third of the employee group, especially when surrounding districts, some have as little as a 7-minute start time before students start.
Thank you, Ms. Cobian, and my apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier. Mr. Sergio Franco?
Good evening, President Brashoff, members of the board, superintendent, and everyone else present. My name is Sergio Franco, and I am speaking on behalf of high school teachers. Tonight's issue is simple. Align our report time with every other teacher in the district, starting at 8:15 a.m., not 8 a.m. Does not shorten a single instructional minute for students. Classes still begin at 8:30. What it does is it erases a 15 minutes that are unnecessary per day, which equates to 45 hours per year, that only high school teachers are forced to donate, while elementary and middle school colleagues do not. Equity means equal work for equal pay. Right now, we do more for the same pay. The district's justification has been extra supervision and the possibility of emergency meetings. Yet, they concede 3 key facts. 1, there is no data. The district has also argued that teachers need to be present for the 8 a.m. to 8:15 window, but they have provided zero data to support that claim. We've asked repeatedly for any documentation of safety incidents, behavioral issues, or student conflicts that would justify the need for teacher presence beyond that of classified staff during that time. They have not produced a single report, not one. And again, even if they do, we are not supervision aides. We expect data-driven decisions in everything from instruction to budgeting. It is unacceptable to base staffing policies on vague anecdotes or hypothetical scenarios. If the district cannot demonstrate a real, consistent problem occurring during that time, then this requirement is not a solution. It's simply extra, unnecessary, and unpaid labor. Second, they say that the early arrival window allows for emergency meetings, but we've asked for examples. Any evidence that emergency meetings are regularly held between 8 a.m. and 8:15 a.m., and none have been provided. This is not about operational need. It's about maintaining an inequity without justification. Third, there is no enforcement. At the bargaining table, the district negotiators acknowledge that high school principals are neither requiring nor tracking the 8 a.m. arrival. If the policy isn't enforced, then why pretend it's necessary? Supervision belongs to trained aides, not certificated staff whose job is instruction. Reclaiming those 15 minutes restores professional respect, fosters true equity across grade levels, and most importantly, costs students nothing. We respectfully urge the board to help us end this inequitable, evidence-free mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. And finally, Ms. Maureen Quiroz-Gray.
Good evening, President Brashoff, Vice President Dr. Cancio, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Baker, administrators, colleagues, and guests. My name is Maureen Quiroz-Gray, the TANLA president. Today, we return to the table for a full day of bargaining with the hope of reaching a tentative agreement. While we did make some progress on long-standing issues, and we appreciate the district's willingness to engage in those discussions, we still find ourselves here tonight, speaking directly to you because a few key issues remain unsolved. To be clear, we are encouraged by the movement that we saw today and want to acknowledge that progress. However, a few serious concerns remain, particularly around equity, workload, and fair working conditions. One of the issues that still demands attention is our summer school compensation. Some teachers are teaching 2 classes during a 12-day summer session and are not being compensated accordingly. We were told that this will not be happening in the future, and it only applies to one class this summer. But regardless of the scale, this is an equity issue. And while the cost is negligible within the scope of the district's budget, we are still unable to resolve this issue. Another one that you heard from our other team members is our high school teachers work significantly more instructional minutes than their middle school counterparts. Not only are they teaching an extra 150 hours a year, but we're asking them to come in an extra 15 minutes earlier than the other two levels. And this is unnecessary. At Montebello Unified, all members start their day only 7 minutes before the start of their students' day. They don't have safety issues. They don't have meeting issues like we claim. They only start their day 7 minutes before the students, even their high school teachers. While this resistance from our district to even consider addressing this inequity is disheartening to us and frankly disappointing. We urge the board to do more than just listen. We ask you to advocate, to question why lengua proposals that would be fair, address workload balance, and basic professionalism are being dismissed or delayed. We remain committed to good faith bargaining, and we want to work collaboratively with the district, but we cannot accept contracts that continue so many inequities. You heard from the other bargaining team members because we want to make sure that you have a full picture in closed session, not just the district's version of events. Our educators deserve to be represented accurately and fairly. We have secured one final bargaining session scheduled for tomorrow and are optimistic we will conclude negotiations for this school year. As you know, the school year officially ended Friday, yet our bargaining team continues to work on their own during this summer break. Today's small steps give us hope, and we are committed to seeing this process through. Thank you for your time, and thank you for standing with the educators who make the district strong.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we'll be moving into closed session. Thank you.
Brassoff.
Here. At this time, Dr. Vidaude, a board member, will introduce the person that will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, President Brassoff. Good afternoon. I'm truly honored to introduce to this esteemed audience, Mr. Mike Garcia. I've had the privilege, Mr. Mike Garcia has had the privilege of serving the Norwalk-La Mirada Unified School District for the last 25 years. He began his career in 2000 as a history teacher at Norwalk High School, where he also coached varsity baseball. After 6 years in the classroom, he transitioned into administration, serving as assistant principal at Norwalk High from 2000 to 2012. In 2012, he spent a year as assistant principal at Los Alisos Middle School, and the following year, he was honored to become the principal there. He served in that role until 2017, when he returned to Norwalk High School as principal, a full circle moment for him professionally. Since 2020, he has served as the director of human resources for the district, for our district. It's been incredibly rewarding for him to support staff and schools from a district-wide perspective and to help shape the future of his workforce. His wife is also a longtime educator. She's been with the district for 23 years and currently teaches at Benton Middle School. And he and his wife are proud parents of 2 NLM USD students. Their daughter graduated from La Mirada High School last year and now attends UCLA. And their son is currently a junior at La Mirada High School. And let's give him a warm welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Berdari, for this honor. It's been an honor working for Norwalk for the past 25 years. It is the best district around, no doubt about it. It's to me, it's family, and I love everybody here. If everyone would please, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Garcia.
Please join us here for a photo. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I've also had the honor of being a teacher with him and then being a teacher under his leadership for many years, and really grateful for all you've done for our district. Thank you. At this time, Dr. Cancio will present the public announcements of actions taken by the board in closed session.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. There was 4 actions taken in closed session. First action, the Board of Education took action during closed session at its meeting held on June 9th, 2025 by a vote of 7-0 to appoint Dr. Estrella Salas Sarmiento to the position of principal elementary at the monthly rate of $13,954, excluding any longevity as applicable, effective to be determined on the motion of Ms. Amescua and seconded by Dr. Vidari. Second action taken by the Board of Education on June 9th, 2025 by a vote of 7-0 to appoint Ryan Nugent to the position of Director of Transportation at a monthly rate of $14,956, excluding any longevity as applicable, effective to be determined on the motion of Mr. Brassoff, seconded by Ms. Free. Third action taken by the Board of Education, upon consideration on individual basis, that employee 28015, whom is a permanent certificated employee, shall be released from their current administrative position pursuant to Ed Code 44951 and reassigned to a certificated teaching position effective July 1st, 2025. The superintendent or designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action. On the motion of Ms. Amescua, seconded by Ms. Free. And final action taken by the Board of Education in closed session is to approve a compromise and release agreement with employee 27458. Agreement is a mutual release of claims and allows employee to resign effectively June 6, 2025 on the motion of Mr. Rios, seconded by Dr. Vidari. And Mr. President, that concludes the actions taken by the board in closed session.
Thank you. Before we move on, and before we proceed with tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge the presence of recent law enforcement activity in our community, including near one of our school sites earlier today. While we are not involved in these operations, we remain in communication with our site and district leadership. Our highest priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our students. We are committed to providing a welcoming, secure, and supportive learning environment for all our students and families in the Norwalk-La Unified School District. And thank you for your continued trust. Y para los que nos están mirando, quizá por video, antes de seguir con nuestra reunión, quisiera reconocer la presencia de actividad policíaca en nuestra comunidad, incluso cerca de unas de las escuelas. Aunque no estamos involucrados en esto, seguimos en contacto con la escuela y con el liderazgo del distrito. Nuestra prioridad más alta es la seguridad y el bienestar de nuestros alumnos. Estamos comprometidos a proveer un ambiente inclusivo, seguro y que apoya el aprendizaje de cada estudiante y de cada familia en nuestro distrito. Gracias por su continua confianza. At this time, we get a vote to approve the minutes of May 12th, 2025.
Second.
All, any opposed? Okay, motion carries. A motion to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2025.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And now, item 4C, adoption of the agenda for this meeting. Before we proceed, there is a correction, and then Dr. Gatto has a correction to item 15A, student personnel. The original agenda item stated that the expulsion would be approved with suspended enforcement. This has been corrected. The recommendation is now that student number 967710 be expelled through January 2026. That is the staff recommendation. With that correction to item 15A, Dr. Gatto also had a change to the agenda.
President Brashoff, I'd like to pull items 27B, 27C, and 27D, please.
Thank you. Okay, so it's the prerogative of the district to pull items from the agenda. Can we get a motion to approve the adoption of the agenda as amended?
I move.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, Dr. Gatto will now introduce the new management employees.
Good evening, President Brashoff, Vice President Dr. Cancio, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Baker, colleagues, and guests. It's my pleasure to introduce a new management employee this evening. Ms. Jaquez, please report to the podium. Ms. Julissa Jaquez's career began in 2004 as a human resources assistant. Since then, she has been serving students and employees as a credentials technician, lead credentials technician, HR generalist lead, administrative assistant to the assistant superintendent of human resources analyst, teacher credential analyst, and a process engineer, most recently with the Los Angeles County Office of Education. She has vast experience in human resources, supporting employees from onboarding to separation, working collaboratively, working directly with county and state offices of education, and supporting the overall functions of the Human Resources Division. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce Julissa Jaquez, Coordinator, Human Resources.
Thank you. Good evening, President Brashoff, Vice President Dr. Cancio, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Baker, executive staff, and guests. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to serve as the coordinator of human resources. It's an honor to step into this role, and I'm truly thankful for your trust and confidence in me. With 20 years of experience in HR with the public school system, I've had the privilege of working alongside many dedicated professionals who are committed to the success of our students. I'm proud to be a part of a team that ensures our district hires the most qualified, capable, and passionate individuals to support our mission while fostering a strong, supportive work culture. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
President Brashoff, that concludes tonight's introductions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will have a public hearing. This is distinct from the public comment section. A public hearing regarding, if there are any comments from the public regarding the special education local plan area, the SELPA. We need to have a public hearing on that. Are there any comments regarding that item? Okay, are there any online?
There are none comments online.
Okay, seeing none, we'll close that section of the public hearing. Next is a public hearing on the school facility program. again, distinct from the general public comments section, but public hearing on the school facilities program plan. Any comments on this issue? Okay, and are there any online for this item?
President Brassoff, we didn't receive any comments online.
Okay. Seeing none, close the school facility program public hearing. And also a public hearing for the LCAP, Local Control and Accountability Plan. Any comments on the Local Control and Accountability Plan from members of the audience? Okay, and I'm assuming there's none online for this either. So seeing none, hearing none, we will close that portion of the public hearing. And then public hearing on item D, the proposed budget for the 25-26, the school district budget. Any comments on this item, on the proposed budget? Okay. Hearing none, seeing none, we'll close that portion of the public hearing. And now we're arrived at the portion of our agenda that is for all items within the purview of the school board. People will have, all commenters will have 3 minutes to speak, and the timer will show when your 3 minutes has expired. Please note that if you would like to speak in Spanish, only the district translators will be used. Si quiere hablar en español, solo los traductores del distrito serán utilizados. And I will call up 2 speakers at a time. One will be at the podium, one behind, and that way we can transition. And then please do speak from that podium so you can, your voice, because there are also a lot of people watching us online so that it can be transmitted that way too. All right, we'll start off with Mr. Chris Macias. And then if behind him, Mr. Miguel Lopez. I'm sorry, Mr. Chris Garcia, if you could be standing in the wings. Go ahead.
Wow. Ready? Go. Good evening, President, Vice President, Board, guest, and guest on WebEx or wherever it is. First of all, I want to congratulate all the students from the 2025 that graduated this year from all our districts and schools here, and that promoted from the elementary to the middle school, from the middle school to the high school. The other thing I want to thank Estuardo for finally putting air conditioning in the cafeterias. That was a good project. That's actually something that we were spending money. We were wasting money by hiring an outside company to come and put air conditioning units. So now that we actually have air conditioning units for these workers that work inside sometimes in the heat, I really appreciate that. So thank you for that. Also, one of my biggest comments is there's a lot of money involved in this today, and I know you guys will probably be here a long time. So I just wanted to tell you guys to be very mindful of all the budget that's in here, the contracts, everything that we're spending. We've had plenty of conversations regarding reclassification of our classified employees, and unfortunately, the conversation goes on for weeks, months, and a long time. And I'm looking at some of the stuff in here, and the reclassification money that you guys are going to do today is very quick. And I just want you guys to understand that we're all working here, and this is a time for us to be united. This is a time for all of us to be together as a community, as a district, regardless if you live in our district, if you don't live here, this is the time to be united, because our budget is not going to look the same next year, and we need to be very mindful of what we're spending. I see the reductions, but some of the reductions don't make sense. Crossing guards, to reduce crossing guards. We had some classified employees honestly go on the Excelsior one. The last grad promotion there, we had some classified employees there crossing the street of pedestrians, students, parents that weren't crosswalk people. That's the kind of stuff that we don't need. If we're going to spend money, we need to spend it on that. The LCAP money is based off one-on-one student, and it's based off of direct services to students. Our parents, we want to get our parents involved. That's one biggest thing here. We got to get our parents involved. If we don't get our parents involved, I'm sorry, we're not going to move forward. So that's why I said this is the time to be united. This is the time for you guys to look at these budgets. We can't have that same mistake we did at La Mirada High, where we finalized a beautiful building and then went back and put in air conditioning because somebody decided to say, we don't need air conditioning. The cost to go back in any construction is a lot of money. I'll tell you by hand. I can tell you how much it's spent, how much you guys wasted, how much you guys are still wasting because it's not ready. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chris Garcia?
Good evening, board, staff. Thank you for the response letter. Appreciate that, allowing me to move forward, which I will be doing. It's also good to see that you guys going over the stuff that's inside the agenda, something we should have done on March 24th. That would have been nice too. I guess the lawyers will figure that out though. We've discussed before about having the Bible in school, at least I've discussed it, and I've had questions about what that would look like, right? There's something called the New England Primer. And if you guys don't know what that is, look it up. It was been taught in America's schools for 300 years. And that had a lot of biblical contents in it. And that's how they would teach children in this country for over 300 years. There's also this Bible ABC book, another book that was taught to children. And inside it, it literally goes through the ABCs with Bible stories. This was taught to the younger children all the way up until the 60s when crazy judges, activist judges, unlawfully, unconstitutionally ruled the Bible and prayer out of schools. And since then, every school district in America has been upholding that nonsense. Hopefully at some point you guys will be different and you'll make that change and start doing what's right. There's also the issue of the executive orders that we've spoken about. I'm hoping that we can address that real soon because that's going to be the next point of order for myself and California Master Assistants. And we're going to start that back up again. And that's something you want to take care of because I just heard you talking about budgets and it would be a shame to lose federal funding, which is what will happen. And as you can see, when I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it. So rather than me having to take all these extra actions and the parents that are standing behind me right now because of what you guys have done with Southeast, it'd be best for you guys to just do what you're supposed to do. That's all. You know, he just spoke of having the parents be involved. We know that's not something you guys are good at, involving the parents. I am a parent, and we didn't get to speak about what happened with Southeast. So you don't like involving parents. I didn't get to go to that 90-day meeting that you had, right? But as I understand it, there was a parent there who complained about her daughter being touched inappropriately from one of the teachers over at, I believe it was Edmondson. And he's still here. And I've been advocating to put cameras in the classrooms for how long? How long? I came to some of your doors. I've spoken to you about this, right? Why don't we have cameras in the classroom? Does Los Alisos have lights yet? Do they have lights so that they can play at night so those girls aren't getting hit with balls and having to go home late at night in the dark? I don't know that that's been done. If it has, I stand corrected, but I don't think that's been done. And that was something I was told that would be looked into, so maybe we could start doing these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miguel Lopez and then Mr. O'Leary, if you could be. Sure. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Brasov, school board trustees, Dr. Baker, Dr. Gatto, families and friends. The United States has no official language, yet for generations we've called ourselves a melting pot, a place where diverse culturas, identité, and voices belong. But what does it say when public schools quietly phase out world languages, like le français, even as we talk about équidad, accès, and global readiness? I've taught French, le français, at Norwalk High School for 25 years. I've built AP pathways, coached sports, équipe de sport, and helped students become confident multilingual thinkers, pensadores multilingües. But this year, I was pulled from French into ELD, not because of student need, but due to scheduling. That change disrupted both student access and my own ability to serve in the role I've held with pride. So today I offer a vision, a bridge not just between languages, but between cultures, a course called Français pour Hispanophones, Francés para Hispanohablantes, French for Spanish speakers. This class would honor the fortalezas lingüísticas, the linguistic strengths of our estudiantes de herencia. It would use Spanish and French side by side, not English. It's culturally sustaining, neurologically aligned, and it models the kind of innovation we say we want in Educación de Siglo XXI. One parent said it best, your proposal is not just innovative, it's visionary. It reflects an understanding of our students' linguistic strengths and turns what is often seen as a challenge into a remarkable opportunity. This is precisely the kind of culturally responsive teaching our district should champion. This isn't just about French, it's about whether students from multilingual or underserved backgrounds get true access to courses that connect them to college, to careers, and to their own identities. Right now, at Norwalk, some students have to take French. French is now gone at La Mirada and John Glenn. Others miss Español 3, AP, or art courses because they got bumped as electives because of access issues due to our graduation requirements and dual enrollment. That's not equity, it's a barrier for both students and teachers. President Brashov, you and I once taught together in world languages. You know the sense of the programs like these, both linguistically and philosophically. Dr. Baker, your leadership can either open doors or close them. Open them, please. Ouvrez les portes, s'il vous plaît. Dear board members, let's not wait for these programs to vanish before we say they mattered. Let's lead with coraje, creativité, and equity. Si se puede, si on peut. Thank you.
And Mr. Miguel Lopez?
Good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miguel Lopez. I'm a longtime resident of Norwalk, 1953. Went to all the schools here. And I want to announce, this is a side note, that as of June 1st, I retired as a substitute teacher here in this district, and El Rancho district, after many, many years as a Teamster official. And I want to say that it's been wonderful being a teacher in this district. It really has been. I think you guys do a great job. Have big responsibilities, and I support that. My beautiful wife and I, we have 30 grandchildren, and many of them have gone to the school district schools here. And currently, we have 3 that are living with us that are fully bilingual in English and Spanish, and are very intelligent children. They're all on the principal honor rolls. One just promoted from Los Alisos. The other one will be an 8th grader at Los Alisos next year. And the other one is will be a 5th grader at Glacier, my original school, Ana Melendez Glacier. So my relationship with Mr. O'Leary is the fact that we have many years experiencing educational advocacy. And I've always been one to substitute in the Spanish classes at Norwalk, and I always go over and visit Brian. He was a coach to some of my grandkids, and we're very much about developing language. I just believe when you speak more than one language, there's a cognitive intelligence that develops. And my grandkids, I would love to see them learn a 3rd language, and French would be perfect. When I found out that some of the schools eliminated some of the language courses, I started to think like, oh, where are we going? This language is like reading and writing. It's almost like one of the most important things we can do for our kids. I want my grandkids not to be limited. I want them to go to a university and be able to have a third or fourth language if they please. And one of them is going to be going to Norwalk next year. And so I would like to see that we really take a look at what he's proposing, what Mr. O'Leary is proposing, and protecting the language classes and the work is done there for the kids to develop their skills beyond one language. We live in California. California was the first Constitution of California was in Spanish and English. Okay, so when we teach the kids another language, we teach them more than just language. We teach them culture. Thank you.
Thank you to those who participated. This closes out our public comment section, and now we will hear from the Parent Teachers Association, Ms. Andrea Garcia. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to wish Andrea congratulations on her graduation. She graduated from, what's that, Cal State Long Beach? Cal State LA, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, President Brasov, Vice President Dr. Cancio, esteemed school board members, Dr. Baker, administrative staff, and valued community members. I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to my board for their unwavering support throughout this past year. As recently stated, I graduated and finished my final semester of graduate school. Without their dedication, especially in attending meetings, community events, and their presence, PTA would have been deeply missed. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'm only as strong as the team that stands beside me. A special thank you to Noemi, Aaron, Ju, and Kathy for stepping in and representing us with strength and grace when I could not be there. This year, in honor of our graduating seniors, we proudly awarded 8 $500 scholarships to students who truly embody the spirit and values of PTA, service, community, and heart. Thank you to Anne and Amanda Phelps for your tireless dedication to our scholarship program. Your support makes these meaningful gifts possible year after year. As part of Dr. Baker's 90-day plan, she emphasized the importance of parent engagement. Now, as the school year draws to a close, I no longer feel like a newcomer. I feel seasoned and ready more than before. I believe wholeheartedly that together as one unified community, we can strengthen our existing PTAs and plant seeds to grow new ones wherever they are needed. I look forward to expanding our PTA Familia and deepening our impact next year. Before I close, I would be remiss not to acknowledge a very real and pressing concern in our community. Reports of ICE presence in Los Angeles and now in our backyard have rightfully sparked fear and uncertainty. At both the national and state levels, PTA stands firm in the commitment and the safety of well-being of all of our children. In moments like these, our strength lies in unity. We must continue to show up, stand up, and care for each other, because no child, no family should feel unsafe in their own community or schools. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for the email earlier of reassurance. Another reason I am proud to represent our district. No one is illegal on stolen land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Marta Jauregui for the California School Employees Association.
Bear with me this evening. I have some data and stuff that I'm going to be addressing. So good evening, Dr. Brasov, Dr. Cancio, Dr. Baker, board members, guests, and guests on YouTube. I want to start this evening by, again, the graduations were amazing. Our students were amazing. 4 years of a long journey for them. And it's always nice to see them because we have them for, elementary all the way to high school. But those of us that work at the high school, we have them for 4 years. And we grow to learn who they are, how they are, and we get attached to them because they're a part of our schools and they're part of our own familia here in our district, in all of our high schools. One particular young man drew attention at John Glenn High School. Angel Guerrero Navarrete, salutatorian. He made a very impacting announcement at the graduation. He made people cry. And his speech was very emotional and very strong. This young man talked about actions. You can say a lot of things, but actions always speak louder than words. So actions that people around him made an impact while he had his journey at John Glenn High School. The most amazing thing that I liked about this young man is how he praised and he appreciated classified staff. He started by mentioning Louis, our security, Irma, our security, Jaime, our custodian, Mr. Santillan, the cafeteria staff, Jasmine, Francis, teachers, and of course, all of his teachers from his senior class. It's not often that you hear a student express himself of employees. And that for me captured a lot because that's a strong message. So I will always hold that because you never forget those comments and those statements, especially from a senior. The second one at Norwalk High School. Norwalk High School, one of our very own, Clay Barragan, he was like a celebrity. I was up in the back. He had to move my car because I did not know that the seniors were going to be coming out through the back. And as I stood there with him, I watched class of 2025 come back. Tears came down my eyes just to see and witness how much these students hugged him, loved him, and cared for him and said amazing things to him. One of them was very touching and stated, "Tú eres el hombre, tú eres mi papá. You are the man, and you were my second father while I was here. And because of you, I graduated." That was very touching. And those are beautiful stories that I know that he's going to have. And as this young man went by, more kept coming and hugging him and calling his name. And that for me was very touching. You don't get to see this very often, but I was able to witness this from behind the scenes. I'm going to tell you, students know. Our students know who's here to be here for them. Our students are always going to know, whether you're very young in elementary and you walk your way through high school, they're always going to know, because at the end of the day, they can have a home and they can have their families. But in schools, we are their other family. And that is very touching. I also want to acknowledge the following classifications. They did an amazing job in putting a lot of these stages together. It's a lot of work, a lot of labor. And these men and women worked tremendously, for almost 8 days in getting these stages done. Our hardworking custodians, our grounds department, our general maintenance department, and our IT department. Without these classifications and these hardworking men and women, a lot of those stages wouldn't have been put up. Lighting, sound, curtains, plants, you name it. It's a lot of work. A lot of work. I had the opportunity to witness that at La Mirada High School. Some of these custodians worked for 30 minutes in the dark because there was no power. And I was there to ensure that their safety was good until I called whoever to get the lighting to get put on there for them to continue working and finish setting up before their graduation the day before. It's beautiful to see these nice setups, but it is a lot of work that takes into play to get it going and to make it happen. And it's not easy. So I want to acknowledge them. I also want to acknowledge our interim chief, Lawrence Luna, Mr. Luna and his team, also all of our security assistants, and he brought in a new guest for all of our graduations, a K-9 team. I thought that was awesome and amazing because they were able to deter and come up with different things. Again, safety. So thank you, Interim Chief Luna and your team and all the security for the hard work that you guys all do. Safety is very, very important because it doesn't matter what we do. Anytime we have our graduations, we can expect anywhere from 10 to 20,000 people per site. And I know that because I did 20 graduations myself. Again, thank you very much for taking care of all of us. And last but not least, our very own Sylvia, our switchboard operator. Sylvia worked here for 28 years, and she will be dearly missed. A lady that always was sweet, always with a smile, welcomed everybody, and always helped everybody. Personally, I had the pleasure of working with her for these last 7 years while I've been in leadership, and I'm going to truly and sincerely miss her, and I know some of us here will too, but everybody has to start a new journey. So those are my acknowledgments, and this is my happy report. Now let's go on to the real report. For the last 2 years, I have encountered many challenges at a particular school site. Sometimes good and sometimes bad. It didn't matter which district leader would come and attend to my complaints and my concerns. Most recently, these concerns have not been considered, have not been heard, if anything, disrespected, classified, disrespected, their work disrespected, lack of leadership, lack of communication, lack of collaboration, and lack of support. In the last 10 days, I personally witnessed very poor behavior from this administration. It is not acceptable. I will no longer continue working for this administration if he continues to disrespect my agreement, my persona, and my classified staff at La Mirada High School. It is unacceptable. Very dismissive. We don't dismiss the hard work that we do. We validate it, we value it, we listen. We should care. We should care for the safety not only of our students and our community, but our staff. Our staff is important. His secretary has not been allowed to do the graduation for the last 2 years. That is taking her work away. That is not acceptable. And even though I continue to address these concerns over and over, I don't see a change. The conversations need to stop and the actions need to start taking place. And if this administration is not going to do their job, then we need to bring administration that is going to come and do their job. Because I don't have these problems at the other high schools. And if there's issues and concerns, we resolve them. We have conversations. We may agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, we're here to work collaboratively. Because at the end of the day, we have schools to run. So I am bringing this to your attention, Board of Educators, because I've had enough. I've exhausted my process. I've engaged in conversations, and I see no change. So I expect that 2025, 2026 is a better year, and that I have better collaboration with this leadership, and that the membership for that school is respected and the work is respected. I noticed today in the board docs that there is some changes, and I know that some items were pulled, but I noticed that there are some changes with management titles. So again, we talk about communication and transparency. As a leader and the president of Chapter 404 for NLM USD, sometimes I do get that, sometimes I don't. But then when it comes to board docs, I'm really good about doing my homework. As you can see, I tab a lot of things. I make notes. Right here, see that? Do a lot of reading over the weekend. So I like to pull data. So this is for 2024-25, and we're just barely making these title changes for some administrators here at the district office. I don't understand why that wasn't done last year. But, you know, again, I look at all these things because it is important. The next item is number 22, Continental Interpretation, letter H. Again, your board docs. As the president of this chapter, there was an agreement almost a year ago that I was supposed to get a list for all retainers for this district. To this date, I have yet to receive it. And because I did not get it, I was forced to put an MOU together. Regardless of that MOU being verified and 610 by my field office with our legal team, I still have yet to receive one. What is very bothering is that we've had a position in special ed that has been vacant for 2 years and has not been filled. But yet, you want to contract out and hire this company to use their services for interpreting and translating documents. We have an employee. We have a vacant position. Why are we not filling the position? This is work that belongs to the bargaining unit. And I have an issue every time I come to board and I have to read and look at this because, again, lack of conversation with the CSEA president. Frankly, I'm getting tired of it. I have rights. CSEA owns the rights of all the classified positions. That's the law. And if you don't know the law, I'll be more than happy to sit down with you and I'll review it with you. Letter U, time and alarm, another contract. I've been after this contract since I've been in office in 2019 for clarity. Our school safety officers do part of the work. Time and alarm comes in. They're supposed to be doing an inspection. They're supposed to be checking the alarms. They're supposed to be doing a lot of things. December of 2024, I did a patrol for 2 nights. I encountered some schools with an officer, and some alarms were not working, and it was reported. So again, communication and transparency is very important. And that is all the CSEA is seeking. I understand that the district has rights, but please understand that CSEA has the right to have these conversations, to understand these contracts. And that has not been provided to me. Here's the current report, Southeast and John Glenn. As a union president, I'm always concerned about positions. That's my job. So for this year, we closed out with 180 students for Southeast. For John Glenn, we closed out with 696 students. We lost about 100 students this last school year for John Glenn. And for Southeast, we maintained the same. I am very concerned about these numbers. Every month, there's a report that is done. I work in conjunction with the data clerk, and we put this data together. My job as a registrar, I'm supposed to do enrollments and checkouts. And for me, this data is very critical and crucial, because if these numbers continue to drop, then there's going to be different conversations that I have to hold with our HR department and district leadership, and possibly you, because you guys have a job to do too. So I know I've told you guys before, and I'm going to tell you again. I don't know how many of you guys, look at board docs. I'm noticing that on Fridays, they keep coming out and getting posted later and later. It used to be posted at 4, 4:30. Now they're being posted at 5, 5:30. Just depends. But I print it, I read it, I review it, I make the necessary assessments, because we talk about personnel, We talk about budgets. I printed that too. I looked at it. We talked about positions. We talk about declining enrollment. That's another item that I'm very disappointed about. We continue to have those conversations, and I know that Dr. Baker talked about her 90-day plan. I know that there is going to be conversations. There's plans in place for the new school year. But I've been here long enough to constantly sit in LCAP meetings and just go over and over in a circle. It's always a circle of conversation, but no action. We have wasted 7 years of time. We need to rebrand the SART and the SART program. It's not working. And I keep addressing it. Why? Because I look at attendance and I look at ADA. And when we look at attendance and when we look at ADA, and then we start having cuts, we're talking money. So I don't know if you, Board of Educators, are really paying attention to these board docs, because I know I am. And this is only a little bit of homework that I did over the weekend. There's a lot of work that Martha did. On top of my regular work, on top of my CSEA work. I take everything that happens in NLM USD serious. The classified, the students, our community, the district office. Tomorrow, we're opening summer school. We're dealing with these agencies. And that's unfortunate, because that's a separate set of eyes that we have to protect our students. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and it's frustrating. I'm going to be supporting the summer school program administrator to train some of our staff. But we don't even know if we're going to have students, because what we're encountering over the weekend and the sightings of today. So if you're off tomorrow, Board of Educators, and if you have an hour or two to spare, why don't you come help us and join us for the safety of our students and our campuses? We would greatly appreciate it. I know I will. That's my report this evening.
Thank you. Dr. Baker, this time we'll give the superintendent's report.
Sure. Good evening, members of the community and Board of Education and executive team. Last week marked a season that was exciting. We graduated and promoted over 1,100 students in Norwalk-La Unified School District. Can we give a round of applause for our class of 2025? It was really a remarkable time for all of us. I was able to attend about 11 promotions and graduations, which again was my first round of those with the district, and I really enjoyed them. And I got a chance to speak at about 3 of those graduations. At the first graduation with John Glenn, I was able to communicate that the kids can do anything. So on the count of 3, can we say, I can do anything? 1, 2, 3.
I can do anything.
At the second graduation with Norwalk High School, I was able to communicate that they're leaders, that they can go out and lead with or without titles. On the count of 3, can we all say, I am a leader? 1, 2, 3.
I am a leader.
And then at the last one, that was La Mirada High School, which was a lot of fun. The bright lights, the excitement, the kids were really responsive. And I told the students that day in my last speech for the very first time as a team member here that they're creators. So on the count of 3, can we say, I am a creator? 1, 2, 3.
I am a creator.
I think it's important when kids graduate that they know that this isn't their last stop, that they can go out there regardless of their starting point or whatever challenges that they have, that they can really go out and do something in life, and they can use their talent according to how they define themselves. And so that was really a celebratory time. We're going to, now that we're in this transition period, we've closed out the year, we're starting summer school. We're in a position now to spend our summer, after we get a little bit of rest, planning with our district leaders and our school site leaders and our school board to prepare for next year. And so we want to be able to build on those successes. And so tonight you're going to see some of our executive team members talk through our LCAP, talk through our budget. None of these are final because the state of California requires that we bring the final presentations, the final budget and the final LCAP for actual approval before June 30. So we will be back here on June 23rd to do that work. And so tonight is an opportunity for us to showcase where we are, for the board to ask questions, for us to take those questions back. We have many team members here to stand up and help us respond to any of those questions as well. But you are listening to drafts of the work tonight. For board approval, we'll bring those final documents at the end of the month. And so with that said, I want to round out the superintendent's report with a nice video. Chris, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. This time, there will be the educational services presentation about the local control and accountability plan. Go ahead, Dr. Baker or Mr. Santian.
Actually, Mr. President, it's going to be a long presentation. Can we get a comfort break, please?
Let's take a 5-minute break before the presentation. Thank you.
Test, test, test.
All right, welcome back. All right. All right. All right, welcome back to our presentation. We're now at the Educational Services presentation for the local control and accountability. Dr. Baker?
Sure. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wood, Mrs. Centeno, and Dr. Sanchez, and they're going to give you a high-level overview of our local control accountability plan.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Good evening, Board President Brashoff, Vice President Dr. Concio, board members, Superintendent Baker, board members, cabinet members, and guests and community members. My name is Jim Wood. I'm the Executive Director of Student Services and Special Education. I have with me Dr. Marco Sanchez, who is the Lead Director for Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and Ms. Michelle Centeno, Director of State and Federal Programs. And we'll be providing today an overview of the LCAP and talk about some of the actions in the LCAP that have led to some of the outcomes that we've gotten. We'll share with you some data that's district-wide data, and also present some next steps for you and things we'd like to do. We will have more information for you at the board meeting on the 23rd as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Centeno.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and begin with just a brief overview of the purpose of the LCAP plan, the funding for LCAP, and also the process that we use to update it. So currently, we are in year one of a 3-year cycle. So the LCAP is a 3-year plan. It does stand for Local Control and Accountability. I know we joke as educators, we make an acronym out of everything, but thank goodness we do, because to say Local Control Accountability Plan again and again would be quite tedious. We're going to start by looking at the funding. So Local Control Funding Formula, another acronym, LCFF. Back about 12 years ago, the state of California really made a huge revamp of how public schools are funded. And so this shift was called the Local Control Funding Formula. And it replaced the previous top-down, very restrictive type of funding structure that the state used to use. And it recognized that school districts have very unique needs. So now with LCFF for short, districts and our educational partners, we have greater control and flexibility over how we use our state funding. Of course, there are still parameters as far as how we use the funding. However, it's really based on the idea that those who work closest to the students are best suited to make decisions as to how to best support and serve our kids. So every school district does get what we call base funding or base LCFF, it's the funding that kind of keeps the district going. It keeps the lights on. We hire staff, we purchase materials, and that's based on ADA. So we start with a base, and we get about $159 million of base LCFF funding. Districts that do serve higher populations of what we call unduplicated pupils, which means English learners, foster youth, and low-income students, we receive additional LCFF funds, so it's like a second layer, and that's called supplemental and concentration. Our district receives approximately $42 million in supplemental concentration funds because of our unduplicated pupil groups. Again, English learners, low income, foster youth. School districts that serve students or schools that have a high mobility rate and also have high levels of low-income students can also be eligible for equity multiplier funds. And we have one site that receives equity multiplier funds, and that's about $389,000. It's important to note that the district receives other funding. So we get federal funding, Title I, II, III, and IV. We have many different grants, but tonight we're really going to focus on LCFF funding. So in order to use the LCFF funds, every district has to write a local control accountability plan, or an LCAP plan. Every LCAP plan has goals within it. Ours has 5. And it really the plan talks about how a district plans to use its funds to really support these goals, which ultimately results in better outcome for students. Again, every LCAP plan has to have goals, and every goal has specific actions that really delineate how the district will meet the goals in the LCAP plan. So every goal also has, in addition to actions, also has a set of metrics so that we can tell if we are getting closer to meeting the goals. Annually, our districts engage many different partners. So we work with students, parents, teachers, classified staff, our bargaining unit partners, also community members, to really be able to gather their input, to update them as far as how we're progressing towards our goals with the metrics, and to ensure that it's a transparent process that continues to align the funding to student needs, current student needs. So the process includes bringing the LCAP after all of that community partner meeting, and we do that with group meetings, surveys, a variety of different ways. But in the end, we bring the draft to a board meeting. And so here we're having the public hearing, and as Dr. Baker said, in a few weeks, we will ask for your adoption of our plan. Once the board has adopted, knock on wood, we submit the plan to LA County Office of Education, and they begin their formal review process. Now, we've already been working with the county office, and so we've already had our plan reviewed twice. So it's a back and forth. After you adopt, then we would submit it for the final approval process. So let's take a look at the 5 LCAP goals within our plan. The first 4 do apply to the entire district. So the first one, as you can see, focuses on really that safe, engaging climate and culture. We heard many comments today about safety and how that's really important for our students. We know that without safety and well-being, then we really don't have the most optimal learning environment. So we start there. The second goal really focuses on kind of our bread and butter, right? This is why we exist as a school district. It's our why, and it's all about access to rigorous standards-based instruction, student achievement. Goal number 3 is really about our staff, our exemplary staff, classified and certificated. And goal number 4, we've heard our superintendent's plan talked about community partnerships, partnerships with parents. Again, we've heard comments this evening about that. So we know when we work together, we are much, much stronger. Lastly, as we previously mentioned, goal number 5, equity multiplier. This particular goal is specific to El Camino High School only because they are the only school site that meets the state criteria to receive these extra funds. And the criteria is having 70% or higher of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged and having a mobility rate that is 25% or higher. As you can see on the right, we have 8 different state priorities. And so our goals have to meet the 8 state priorities. We need to be aligned with the state. And so these 8 state priorities cover 3 main areas: conditions of learning, student outcomes, and engagement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Wood, and he's going to talk about some further data.
Thank you, Mrs. Centeno. One piece of data that we looked at as it relates to the LCAP was chronic absenteeism. We know it's a big piece of data that we do want to look at. We want students in school. We want students to be here so they can learn. Without students in school, academic achievement is not going to be attainable for students if they're not here. We link that to goal number 1, which is providing a safe, engaging, and responsive climate and culture to increase student engagement. I'm going to show you a graph in a minute that's district-wide. I'm going to talk about some of the data. Some of the data for the first 3 years. We do have some projected data in there, and I'll explain that when we get to it. Remember, projected data is just projected data. It's not been validated yet. It's based on some of the data that we've collected, but until it goes through and it's on that dashboard, I just want to caution us that it is projected data. So the data we're going to share with you over the past few years, we have seen a decrease from 2022 until the current year, or until 23-24. We saw a decrease in the number of students who were chronically absent from 27.9% to 19.8%. That's a big decrease. We did see that in one of those years in between there was a slight increase. Again, it dropped down the next year. So over those 3 years, we have seen that decrease. Some of the actions in our LCAP that we believe contributed to that have to do with supporting students' social, emotional well-being in the schools. Secondary school engagement programs, having students participate in clubs, having students participate with peer mentors and check-in connects. Also classroom environments and school facilities that promote a positive and safe learning environment. Here's the graph I was going to share with you. You can see in 21-22, our chronic absenteeism rate was at 27.9%. Again, by 23-24, that was down to 19.8%. And as I said, you can see that steady decline. The projected number that we have, we do have a projected increase, but again, that's projected for the current year. So those are the numbers that we have right now that are on the dashboard. Yes, sir.
Why is it projecting higher? If I draw a trend line from 21 to 24, I would assume that it would project downward.
We would expect that and anticipate that. We do have to disaggregate the data a little bit more. Basically, we can look at that and make some assumptions about this is not validated data. It's projected data. It's based on the numbers that we've collected. Without it going through the process that it goes through, it would be hard for me to really be able to say that with a surety.
So the assumption is that thus far, we don't have an actual percentage point for the 24-25 school year, but whatever percentage point it is, that range is higher than 23-24 is what you're saying, correct?
Based on what we have right now, yes. Based on our projections, yes.
So it's higher?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And then with the next steps, looking at that, we do want to incorporate a recursive cycle of data review. So bringing that data every quarter, if not more frequently, to review the data on chronic absenteeism, to identify students who may be experiencing barriers to attendance, and being able to provide more mental health supports or wellness supports that the students may need. Also to increase the ability for students to access opportunities on campuses such as peer mentorship and more engagement activities. Also, as you heard today, I believe Ms. Harigai said, talked about the SART and SARB process, and also using that and strengthening our partnerships that we have to promote student attendance, both through positive reinforcement and through our partnerships that we have with the SART and SARB process. Sure.
Is this only TK through 6th, or are we extending this also to the higher grades?
So chronic absenteeism goes through 8th grade.
Okay.
Any other questions before I move on to the next one? Mr. Rios?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know we just started like Saturday school, and so that didn't help any at all to bring anything down?
Do you want to, Mr. Moton?
Microphone.
Good evening. We had just over 6,000 participants, if I'm not mistaken, in Saturday school. So that did help. The PTA is not here, but Student and Family Services partnered with the PTA on some projects at the school site. I want to thank the business department for awarding attendance awards every month to the schools with the highest attendance. We were able to give away with the PTA. We had 147 kids this year had perfect attendance. And at the end of the year, we were able to give out canes, In-N-Out, Red Robin gift cards, and we gave out an Xbox and Nintendo Switch. Just for, we had a raffle for doing the right thing, coming to school every day. So we're going in the right direction, I think. We have a lot of participation in our Saturday school program, and we're looking forward to getting a little bit better.
Since you're up there and you're in charge of our after-school sports, how big of that does that make a difference? Because I know some kids just go because they're going to play ball at the end, and knowing that maybe some of our high schools are, not being well coached, or I don't know, just not being incentive for some of the students to come to school. Is that a big difference? I just want to know.
You know what? I think so. I think when we look at, our most popular programs in the district, we have a lot of interest. And I'll give you an example that doesn't necessarily correlate with Saturday school. Our AP program at Norwalk High School, they will be there every Saturday, regardless. And these are the people that have the best attendance in our district. So participation is going to be based on the interest that our students have in our programs. And I'm looking forward to working with the ELOP program with Mr. Ramirez and making it interesting and having some exciting programs, not only at the elementary, but at the middle school too, so that we can make sure that our kids are there after school and having programs outside of the academic realm that they're interested in. So we're looking forward to improving on some of that this year.
Mr. Moton? Oh, sorry, since you were up there, do we have an estimate of how much money we've made in recovery from Saturday school?
I think gross. I don't want to say a number, but we have significantly recovered. We paid out everybody. I would want to say it's probably between 400 and 500.
400 or 500K?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
And then since you mentioned attendance awards, I was Mr. Lazo, when he was giving attendance awards at the Tiger Dollars. What school won the Xbox?
It wasn't a school.
You mentioned it, so I'm going to ask it.
So we just put all people's. We ended up getting some awards from our community partners. So we got gift cards from Cane's for free meal, Red Robin for free meal, and so everybody got one of those if you had perfect attendance. We raffled off 50 gift cards from Red Robin, and it's just random. And the kid who won the Xbox was randomly won a kid from Benton. I don't want to say the name. And we had won the Switch. Was at Hutchinson, but it was, it's a nice surprise for doing the right thing. And I always tell folks, they say it doesn't pay to do the right thing, but sometimes it does. And when you do the right thing, you never know what's going to happen. And you know what? They were pleasantly surprised with that. And it was a good gift to be able to give and send one of our 8th graders off to high school. So I think it was a lot of fun for them. Okay, see, you can leave.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. Do you collect attendance data from kindergarten? Because kindergarten is not mandatory, but they love to come to school. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we do. And you can see that data. I mean, we can get there too if you'd like to see that.
And it's these numbers, these calculations that you have, it's included in there?
We can give you an individual number if you like.
I was just wondering if it was there, calculated in there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It is calculated?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. On that second bullet point there, Dr. Wood, increasing access to mental health supports for students who we do notice are having a higher rate of absenteeism. How do we connect that population with the mental health supports?
So we do have, and I apologize, it's Mr. Wood. I'm not Dr. yet. So
just take the promotion.
As we identify students who are experiencing barriers to attendance, we should be reaching out to those students. We do have wellness specialists on our campuses. We have our ESSSs. We have people who are there to support students. For students with disabilities, we can hold IEP meetings and actually address those barriers, identify the barriers, address the barriers. And if mental health supports are needed there, we can offer those through special ed as well. Although we do have services for all students on our campuses.
Yeah, I am aware that we have those services. Do we proactively try to connect the students that are not on, not attending as regularly? Do we proactively try to refer them for that?
I can't say with surety that we have. That's part of the next steps here is to incorporate those quarterly meetings so we can look at that data. The expectation there would be that as we look at that data, we need to look at what's available for the students. So mental health supports would be one of those available programs. Thank you.
Just to understand it better, peer mentorship opportunities, what does it look like?
Peer mentorship is generally connecting with other students at schools, with students who maybe have a tie to the school and are part of the network of students reaching out to other students to work with students and make sure that you're supported at school. It would also be supplemented by adult relationships at schools, participation in clubs, participation in other activities at the school as well.
How do you select those?
That I do not know. Dr. Sanchez, do you know how we select the peers for peer mentor?
Yes, hi. So at the middle school level, we have programs where students can volunteer to participate in, and they are trained by an adult on campus. At the high school level, we have different programs where, the sites kind of use whoever's available on their staff to participate, either through club advisors, through ASB sometimes puts on activities. So a lot of that is organic at the sites. Systemically from us, that's in the LCAP pertinent today is the web and link crew, which is on the LCAP.
Thank you. And my question kind of tags along with Mr. Rios. If chronic absenteeism just tracks K through 8, when we think of sports, we usually think high school, but there is a sports program at middle schools. And could you kind of share with us how that's going, the sports program in middle schools, and if that helps the chronic absenteeism?
Absolutely.
I think it does, and feeling and being a part of the school family is a huge deal for a lot of our kids. And some of our best coaches are our best teachers as well. So they're able to build that relationship and build bonds at school, and they come every day not only to play and practice, but because they like being there as a result of some of the relationships that they've made. Now, in the future, we have a small middle school program, but we're looking to expand that to make sure that those bonds that they're building at school right now become a little bit stronger and we get better attendance. So you're going to see, in the next year or so, not so much the one-day tournament, but you're going to see, examples where we're playing all year round and at a higher level with more skill and with high quality coaching. So that's what we're looking for. And well, we're looking to build not only sports stars, but leaders out here too. So we're going to be teaching them how to be that as well.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that. Good.
Any other questions? Another structure we looked at was suspension rates. Suspension rates, again, we linked to goal number 1, having those safe environments with a positive culture and climate. Overall, as we look at the data I'm going to show you in a minute, we do have suspension rates that have declined between 21-22 and 2023-24 school years. You will see that, again, there was a increase in a little bit, but then it went back down and declined. I'll show you that graph in a minute. We did link our reduced suspension rates to supporting students' social, emotional, and wellness needs. Again, to the increase in safety and social emotional support for our students, and also access to intervention and support staff. So I will share the graph with you. In the graph, you can see in 21-22, we had 676 students who were suspended. In 23-24, that number was down to 598. As I said, there was a little bit of a spike in 22-23. We went up to 762 and then back down in 2020 or 23-24. And here again, there is projected data. It hasn't gone through, it's not posted yet. So it is projected data, but our projected data is about 373 students for the 24-25 school year. Our next steps. Again, for a lot of these, we're going to do that data review, that recursive cycle of data review, really looking at data, using that data to inform what we're doing and to guide our next steps. Using that data in our PLCs, using that data as we move forward and talking, having discussions about students, using that data as we identify students, identify what they need. We would do this with our site leadership teams, with our site intervention teams, as a district office, and bring those key players together to really look at what our students are doing and how we can better improve our suspension rates, but also improve students being in school and doing what they need to do to be successful in school. And then also assess our school district suspension data as it relates to PBIS. So for positive behavior interventions and supports, we know how is that impacting school suspension, how is that helping to reduce the number of suspensions. Yes, sir.
Dr. Wood, I'll keep the promotion.
Thank you. I have 2 doctorates.
Oh, good. There you go. You're going to keep collecting them tonight. By a chance, and I guess this is more like a policy and application, because we've had a lot of discussions on the board, also with other educators in the district. Does the decrease in suspension rate, and again, correlation does not signify causation, but does decrease in suspension rate also has to do with the increase in thresholds, and that's why students are not being suspended at the same rates? I know that we've talked about such topics like restorative justice, and some administrators have implemented different behavioral modalities. I know Mr. Moton's probably, he's fresh on deck already with this question, but I want to know, if possible, and I guess it's difficult to measure this type of policy data, but how much is it the decrease in suspension rate have to do with increase in the threshold to meet the criteria for suspension?
Mr. Moton, do you want to speak to that?
I don't believe that is a result of an increase of tolerance. I firmly believe that it's an increase of the support that we offer on our campuses. Now, if we take a look over the years, and since Kara Lee is here, I'm going to use her as an example. We've had a lot of support in terms of our district wellness team and the programs. And one of the things that we're looking for, and we've been encouraging our administration to do, we're not looking to exclude anybody from school. We have to find reasons to be able to keep them there. And if we send someone home without an intervention, our expectation should be that we're going to get that same kid back. So if we don't offer an intervention, then we're going to have the same issue. But I'm happy to be able to say that our site administration has been very proactive and with PBIS. Our district wellness team has been supportive of our district administration, and the implementation in the classroom has been good. So, when we take a look at numbers, we're doing a great job there. I don't think that's a result of tolerance because the education code hasn't changed. I think what it's a result of is us working with our families and our kids to try to include them in school.
Since you're up there, Mr. Moton, I think it also has to probably do a lot with culture. I remember in the graduation from Norwalk High School, Dr. Olea pointed something out, and I'm going to butcher this number, but if I'm correct, between 70 to 80% of the students that were graduating were on honor roll at Norwalk High School, and that might have something to do with culture. There's a secret sauce that's going on where maybe at Norwalk High School it's cool to be on honor roll, which is fabulous. But I'm wondering, I guess on that same theme, how are we engaging students with like pathways? Since we're talking about Norwalk High School, how are we engaging students with pathways academically to support decrease in suspension rates or even a decrease in absenteeism?
I can provide a portion of the answer, and if you have additional questions, I can attempt to direct to the team if I don't have the answer. But the primary vehicle that we have for deferring students to different programs would be our counseling team, right? So when they sit down annually to talk to their school counselor, the school counselor is the one who kind of assesses where they're at as students and identify their goals of what they want to achieve. Most of the time, right, we try to early on inform them through not just individual meetings, but implementing our Ask a National model at all of our high schools, where we present early on all the programs available on the campus, and they establish a game plan. Now, as the students progress through the grade levels, at times they do have to deviate from that simply because at times they fall behind, and counselors tell us regularly that they struggle to find a balance between not giving a student fewer options, but at the same time keeping graduation as a primary objective, and not just meeting graduation, but meeting graduation via A through G. Yeah, and so that's something that the pathways again become a component of that, and that's done early on. However, as they progress, that may change for students.
Since you hit the soft pitch, I want to give kudos to our counseling team in Corvallis and Norwalk High School, who are deeply engaged, but also tracking and changing the way that they play the game in terms of counseling. It's something that we should strive to achieve across our district. So just shout out to those teams if they're online. I think that's great, like one component, but I'm hoping, maybe through data you could provide later on, maybe different mechanisms that we're actually engaging these students. I'm particularly focused on the pathways, just because we have some exciting pathways in our district, and we see an exorbitant amount of student bravado when it comes to an excitement to some of these pathways, and it just sets them apart. It does something like get 3 associate's degrees, right? And so we notice that. It's cool to be on honor roll, but more importantly, to be deeply engaged in their school culture and being successful collectively. So I hope to see some data in the near future. Thank you.
I just, and just another example of counseling, I mean, we saw it with the migrant program in the last 2 years with, he's been there, he's taking these kids to state, and he's just a counselor, but he's doing everything he can, even outside. No, not just, but he's doing things even after school on his own. But that makes a difference when these kids, when somebody does have the heart and directs our kids. So, so yeah, the counselors do make a big difference.
Do we administer aptitude tests to the students? Are there any aptitude tests that they can take?
So our counseling teams, as part of the implementation of the Ask a National model, they assess their local need. That's part of what the model points to. So if that is a need on the site, then the counseling team, through the advisory council that they have on campus, and this happens not just at the middle and high school, but we're beginning that work at the elementary level as well. This year, for the first year, advisory councils were held on elementary campuses where we're trying to assess that as early as elementary. So when that is something that the team merits as a need, we do have resources available to counseling teams who have that as a need on the campus. And I can provide more additional information in terms of how many exactly provide that. But using that model, if the team decides that that is a need on their campus, then they'll implement that as part of their counseling plan for the year. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you. I did have a question about suspension. We don't mean in-school suspension, right? We only mean sending them home for this data?
This number includes both.
Oh, it does include both.
Yeah.
So it just means students not in the classroom, whether they're sitting in the office or they're at home. Suspension includes, the definition of suspension doesn't just mean home, it means in the office as well.
It could be in the office as well.
Okay. So we don't get a break statistically if we say, well, you're not going to go home, but you're going to go to the opportunity room or something?
No.
Okay.
No, you don't. You're still suspended.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the ed code hasn't changed. Well, technically it has, because it's, over the past few years, the grade level at which anybody but teachers are allowed to suspend for defiance, right? So basically teachers are still allowed to, but the admin and others are no longer allowed to suspend for defiance under the ed code. And this year it just started at the high school level, or maybe last year. But is that part of, when we see a lower suspension rate, is because we don't have the defiance suspensions by law, or is that part of it? Are those the numbers that are missing, or is it just like not so much violence or the other reasons?
It could be. And when we talk about 48,900K, they started eliminating that at the lower levels a couple years ago. I would call that the throw-in. So when someone got suspended for fighting, you get suspended for fighting, and then disruption of school activities. So we were encouraging our administrative staff to get away from using that one, because that was the one where people kind of say, if you can't figure out a reason to suspend somebody, this is the one that you used. Okay. So 4 or 5 years ago, under our leadership, we started getting away from that. So is some of this causation? It may be from a couple years ago, but this is a practice that we've had for some time, and disruption of school, before the state even implemented it, we were discouraging that here in this district.
Thank you. That makes more sense of the statistics. Thank you.
Are there additional questions about suspension rates? I think I'm turning over to Dr. Sanchez, who was going to talk about some other data.
All right, good evening, Board of Education and guests, both here and online. I'm going to go walk us through a few more data points. The first one I'll review is the SEO core data at both elementary and secondary level. For board members who aren't familiar with this, this is a survey that we've administered now for a few years in our district, both in the fall and in the spring. And it allows us to have data that's outside of the academic component. We want to assess specifically how safe students feel and how close they feel to the school, and we refer to that as sense of belonging. And those two are the metrics that we have within the LCAP. And so the key finding from that data this year is that sense of belonging rates have decreased at the elementary schools, and the data does suggest that grade level intervention may be needed. So again, that information will be fed not just to our counseling departments at that level, but also other groups within our school district, including our principals. The overall sense of belonging at the high school, however, has increased. And that also is mirrored with a decrease in engagement, meaning the number of people who submitted the survey also decreased. However,
Dr. Sanchez, just real quickly, so you said you give this data to administrators and leadership on the site?
It is actually something that the administrators actually use at the site level to guide their actions.
Can you give an example? You don't have to name the school site, but an actual example of a school site that used this data and implemented either change policy, implementation of a program, which saw KPIs, actual data-driven results.
Yeah, so about 2 years ago, the school safety data was actually decreasing at at pretty alarming rates, actually. So we provide that data. We don't just provide sites with their individual data, but we provide all site principals with school-wide data so they can see, is this an issue just on my campus or is this an issue across the district? And pretty much safety was a major concern across all levels. The safety domain within the survey is pretty broad, but the questions that are within it are a little bit more specific. So for example, one of the questions may be that they've recently been teased on campus. And so if there is a large decrease from fall to spring or year over year, that's an example where sites across the board were immediately mobilized within their teams and enacted action plans that led to increases in that specific metric.
In the spirit of celebration for the high school graduations, is there any particular example in a high school that was recent data where we see a win? I'm looking more for recent data.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be providing that recent data, the 24 and 25 comparison at our next board meeting by site. So we're actually compiling that for you now. And across many of the metrics we're presenting today, we're just providing a general district overview for these metrics. However, at the next board meeting, we'll be providing specific site data that you'll be able to have answers to those questions on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
For the LCAP actions, can you just tell me a little bit about what the wraparound support services are?
Yes, so the wraparound services include people partially funded here at the district office that help lead this work. So for example, when surveys come in like the SEO core data, it kind of requires a central administration process. So one of the things that we did is moved away from Panorama because it was expensive to administer it. A few years back, I don't know if the board remembers, when we sunset that. It was about a $50,000 cost to administer that. So we then administered that survey within Google Forms. And so the central team here at the district office now is charged with deciphering that information and making it digestible and meaningful for sites across the district. So that would be an example of one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The last piece that I'll summarize is that overall improvements in student safety at both levels is to be celebrated, and this is across both elementary and secondary levels. So after the efforts, again, I know I referenced 2 years ago. 2 years ago is when it happened. However, that's continued now for many years, where there's a focus on the sense of safety that students feel, and that hasn't necessarily gone away, and the data reflects that. These are some of the LCAP actions that we feel contribute to the data increasing. And I won't go through all of them. However, 1.1, for example, is how we fund our ESSSs and our wellness specialists, and they are a primary driver of improving this data. We also have additional personnel for safety out of 1.4. We have our ITOSs out of 2.7. We also fund our SIT, which is site intervention teams, out of 2.7. And I'll kind of, because these exist in multiple goals today, I'll just refer to some of them for this one, but I'll continue to kind of reference the connection between the LCAP actions that we are obviously asking the board to consider approving and the data that we are using to gauge success within the district. And again, I'll provide.
I'm sorry, before you go on to the next one, the middle bullet point of under the key findings, the more sense of belonging, but fewer students taking it. It's kind of like confirmation bias, right? The ones that feel more belonging are the ones that bother to take it. I'm not sure how valid that data would be if it's, basically if we can assume that the people that are engaged in it are the ones that feel more belonging, right? If they don't feel like they belong, why bother taking this survey? But what sense do you have of the validity of that data, of that middle bullet point?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And that's obviously a thought that runs through our head too. Like, who was it that submitted it? I think a counter argument to that would be that when people are unhappy, they're more likely to submit a survey in response to that unhappiness.
You mean when people are unhappy?
Unhappy, yeah.
Yes, that's true.
That is also right. So if they don't have a sense of belonging because they're unhappy for whatever issues happening to them, they're more likely to it. But your point remains that there is also a possibility of the people who are have a higher sense of belonging are more likely to contribute. So that's something that we don't draw a correlation on, but I think we have an obligation to report to the board.
I'd like to defend Dr. Sanchez on this one. I think maybe like generally speaking, when it comes to the district and the data that we get, it would be statistically significant. But when you go down by specific populations or even school sites, it becomes much more difficult to say something significant because of the dwindled number of population. And we saw that with the different ends and different subpopulations with the data that was presented in the part of the superintendent's 90-day plan. So I think sometimes we have to take things in broad strokes when it comes to generalizable data and understanding the district-wide level. But all too often, it's difficult sometimes at the school site level. So, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't support at the school site level or provide recommendations based on that data.
And either way, it's an informative data point. If there is a decrease in engagement, obviously it does require action on all of our parts. And that's something that we plan to investigate in terms of the mechanism in which we push that out, reminder processes and things like that. Obviously, there's always a lot on the radar for our principals and our teachers at the site. So it is something that we're going to be investigating in terms of what caused it to avoid it in the future. In terms of student achievement, I'm going to review just, again, 3 broad district overview data points. The key findings for this are there on the left. So 7 schools showed significant improvements from 22-23 to 23-24, and 8 of 16 schools, or 50%, demonstrated higher meet-exceeded rates in those 2 years. And again, these are just general key findings for the district data. I'm sure that the board is anxiously waiting to look at more concrete site data, which again, we're looking to provide to the school board at our next board meeting. I do want to just highlight a few of the items that are the LCAP action items that are funded out of these that we feel contributed to the success or increases that I'm about to show. The big one here is PLC time for teachers. So 2.1 is the LCAP action item that funds that. Our teachers and principals both really value that collaboration time, and that's something that we want to continue offering them. We feel strongly that teachers know best of how to address the issues they face in the classroom, and providing them both the time and the resources to discuss that is crucial to us.
I heartily agree. As a teacher, that was getting you out of your silo and meeting with others that are teaching the same thing, so you're not reinventing the wheel on every lesson plan.
Exactly.
This is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Others that we feel contributed to are 2.2, which is the class size reduction and additional sections. This is how we fund sections and additional FTEs at the site, which are full-time equivalent positions at the site. We also have summer school funded out of 2.13. That has a critical role, I feel, in filling the gaps that students have created over the years, not just in deficit in credits, but also deficit in the skill set needed to be successful in these standardized tests. I also want to highlight the VAPA support, which is 2.12. Although within the LCAP that I'm sure you guys have reviewed, it says enhanced VAPA programs. So that specifically pays for the instruments that we provide our elementary students. The other LCAP actions fund the actual music and PE positions that go to providing the PLC time for our elementary school campuses. But that one provides actually the instruments, which is, if you've ever had a child participate in any music program, you know how costly that is. And so that is something that we're always concerned with, not just replenishing, but also repairing. And we have multiple programs that are growing as well. So we have to actually buy additional instruments for our program. So that's funded out of this as well. I do want to preface this next slide with...
Just real quick, Dr. Sanchez, sorry about that.
Yes.
Because I'm still a little perplexed. So for 2.12 enhanced VAPA programs, I could see how enhanced VAPA programs would correlate to increases in math scores, but I don't really see. I mean, how can the enhanced VAPA program support or increase student achievement when it comes to language arts?
Sure. So the line I'll try to connect is that the PLC time that elementary teachers have is only possible because we have itinerant PE and music teachers that release their students to them. And that's what allows teachers to have PLC time. So when the teacher has,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, when the teacher has the students in front of them, right, we need to fund the instruments needed to actually make that time meaningful for them. So that
So
those
it's a
two are
very
connected.
creative, indirect.
Well, it's necessary, to be honest with you. I know that if some of our VAPA teachers are listening, they know how essential it is to fund that. So we have to be explicit in saying we need this. The time is one component of it, but we need to fund the instruments and the resources needed to make that time meaningful.
You know, it would be really exciting to see students that participate in VAPA programs and seeing their English language arts scores over time. And then you could draw a more closer correlation to VAPA programs or enhanced VAPA programs and see the differences between English language arts, science, and math, since we have very, very low scores when it comes to the three.
I'll write that in my notes, Dr. Gansu. All right. So in terms of the data, I do want to you've heard the word projection a lot this morning. And so one of the things that we're excited to announce is that the state has figured out how to expedite the results for students. We concluded our testing season on the 23rd of May, and on the 30th of May, about 70% of scores were already available. And as the days continue to go on, we have more and more scores. So currently we feel a significant number of test scores available where we can make projections in terms of increases and decreases only. However, on the 23rd, we'll provide more of a concrete projection for school sites as well. And so we're excited to share that in terms of the English language arts CASP results for this year, 14 of our 25 sites are projected to increase. 2 are expected to remain about the same. And again, these are projections. And 9 of the schools are projected to decrease. The decrease is as small as 0.5%. That's what I'm using as a metric to say it's decreasing. The majority of schools are just a few percentage points so far on the decrease end, with some anomalies that do exist. In terms of the district office, the whole district English language arts achievement compared to last year, which we were at 4606, met exceeded. This upcoming year, or for this year rather, we project to be at about 49.5. And again, I want to caution anyone both listening and here today that these will change because we have a significant number of scores still outstanding. And on top of the outstanding scores that we have, there's also a need to apply business rules, which is if you do research on that online, what a business rule is that when a student takes a test with us, although they may show up in our results, they may not count towards us. Specifically, if they showed up, for example, sometime in November, or vice versa, if they showed up in November after the CalPADS date, they might be in school with us from November, December on. However, if they take that test, they will not count in our scores if they do poorly as well. So it's just, there has to be certain requirements met by students in order for those scores to be reflected officially on our school dashboard. So I just want to share that. I'm going to move on to...
Excuse me, I have a question. I mean, I'm not sure if maybe it's other data. If you, I'm just wondering, like, what % of our third grade students are reading at grade level with comprehension?
We can definitely mine that information and relay that to you. Within the ELA CASP assessment, it actually doesn't provide that. It gives a Lexile, it does give a Lexile results. However, the way they provide that Lexile is a little different than how some districts or even schools want to review the data. The district is very clear in that the Lexile, a lot of people want to make direct correlations between the Lexile and reading at grade level, and they're cautious with that. But
go ahead.
There's actual programs that would give you that, the number of students that are reading at specific grade levels, and we're exploring that right now.
Yeah, I would really like to see that information for third grade because I think that's, I think that would be causation. Actually, I think that this achievement here is impacted by the fact that 100% of those third grade students are not reading at grade level. They're still learning to read. I mean, in second grade, perhaps, I don't know what percent, but thank you. I would
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate that
Yeah,
information.
I'm just going to put it out there in the universe, but hopefully a goal for our district should be that Norwalk-La exceeds the state of California's standard met or exceeded, not just with language arts, but also science and math. Because we've been below the state, and I know we've been below county levels, so we should be above county and we should be above state as a general standard, period.
And so you'll see us coming forward, exploring the different types of assessments that do assess that, and being more specific. We've got to work, with our team internally to develop that. But right now, some of our internal assessments that we are doing, we want to be able to disaggregate it in that way. So across all third grade, regardless of what school you go to, we understand reading comprehension at that level. And so we're going to be working toward that.
I'm going to go ahead and move on to math. I won't spend too much time on this slide because I've already explained the LCAP.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Ms. Langwelder.
Oh, I apologize. Forgive me.
Go and turn on your microphone for those online.
In order for a school to be in the projected to decrease from the prior year, you used 0.5 percentage point to put them into that category. And what percentage was needed to put a school into the projected to increase category to move up to that field?
At least 0.5% or more.
0.5% or more.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
However, just because you brought it up, I want to be mindful of this. So there are schools, for example, that might still be missing 7% of scores. And so if you look at the trend data in terms of how these scores come in, it tends to be that scores that are still outstanding this late are scores that are from students who test in the makeup timeframe, and those tend to be lower achieving. That's not always the case, but it tends to be. And so we do some estimation, right, just in an effort to both provide, some projection for planning purposes, but at the same time, there is some guesstimation that goes into that based on whatever the number of students. If 7% of those outstanding scores, say 5 of them come back as meet exceeding, which is unlikely, but is possible, then that might move a school from the decrease column to the increase column or vice versa. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on now to the results for math. This is the results for our district for the past 5 years. The top is just like in English is our district, and the table at the bottom is the state average, just for comparison purposes. In math, we have 16 of our school sites that are projected to increase in math achievement this upcoming for this year. One school projected to be about the same or similar to last year's results, and about 8 that are going to be showing a decrease. And again, most of the schools showing decrease are small percentages with some outliers that are in larger percentages. And the district projected proficiency rate would be about 36.1%, which is about 5.5% more than last year, if that holds. Yes.
What year was it that we adopted that new math program and we started implementing it? What year was that?
We implemented the elementary and middle school curriculum this year. This is the first year of implementation for both of those levels. And for high school, it's been 2 years of implementation. You're welcome. All right. The only thing I want to add here is that there are specific LCAP action items that fund NGSS, specifically the lab sciences that are costly to operate. And so there is an intent for us to allocate a meaningful amount of resources for those to be successful. And that's one of the key differences between ELA and math here. In terms of science trend data, again, that's the past 3 years of CAS data, and we didn't provide the 5 years, not because we didn't want to, but because it wasn't available. For CAS projections, we have about 14 of our schools with projected increases, 5 similar and 6 decrease. And our district met exceeded rate in CAST would be approximately 30.2%.
Dr. Sanchez, I know we've been talking about ranges, and I think people sometimes get lost in the averages. But what about some wins? ELA, math, and science. Off the top of your head, what were the highest scores that you saw, either by school site or teacher, for any of the given 3? Or would you say fall within one standard deviation or to the average for the district?
No, there are some clear anomalies on the increase side as well. We have about 4 of our schools that have increased by double digits. And so we're definitely excited to kind of explore what contributed.
Can you name
to
those
that.
schools?
We asked, we meet with principals on Thursday, and so we didn't want to come public with preliminary data, knowing there are percentages of information that are not in yet, but we want to be able to have our principals see their own data before we kind of shared it publicly of the little bit that we do have. So we do meet with principals Thursday, and then our goal is to bring forward that detail in our upcoming meeting, so that they've had a chance to kind of mull it over before we announce things publicly. But again, this is all preliminary, and there are percentages of students whose data has not come in yet from the state.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not going to know tonight. But glad to see that there are anomalies. So.
And regarding the science data, obviously, I'm asking for tonight or now, but do these, the percentage of students that meet or exceed, is there some kind of matching with the grade they earned in that science course? So if they got A's, but then they don't meet or exceed, or if they got all C's, basically is our curriculum and our testing matching the state testing? Because sometimes they're different worlds, right? You teach your class, you do it, and then the state test comes along and it's worded differently. It's a different way of putting it together, and the kid knows it and can pass a teacher test, but the wording and the thought pattern is different for the state test. So I'm wondering if there's been any just looking at the grades in class versus the student's success on this. On the test to see if the teacher's instruction is matching what the state is looking for.
A part 2 to that would be if some of the anomalies in our teachers are temps. Because if you're a temp teacher and you have those double digits or significant increases, I don't know why you're a temp. You should be full-time. So I think exploring that option too and seeing what's the magic sauce with some of these educators that are sprinkled across our district, because I do know that temps have at times scored better than other teachers within their respective school sites. So,
But aren't these based on standardized test scores, though?
Yes, these 3 slides here are based on standardized.
Yes, so it's that's separate from the grades.
Yeah, of course, it's separate from the grades, but the idea is that if the students are doing well in our classes and earning A's and B's, but then not meeting or exceeding these, then what do we need to do in our classes to match the curriculum to what they're looking for?
Well, that's all about expectations and rigor. There you go.
but it also, I mean, some students are not good test takers. So we can't solely say that because we have A's and B's, for example, and our scores here are less than 30%, then our 30% is an A or B. No, it might be that some of our students just are not good at bubbling, A through D. And they're much better qualitative learners or express knowledge in a very different way than a standardized test. So in defense of our students.
But that's a smaller percentage, though, for the test takers.
I do just want to answer the question that initially raised by President Brasov, and we do not analyze that data in that manner. The data we do provide school sites is always with the intent of having them digest that data either in PLCs, SLTs, SID teams, and have those teams kind of take charge with what the lens that they choose to perceive that data through. but we do attempt to draw correlations or provide the data centrally by including standardized test results, grade data, attendance data, demographic data, just to kind of make that data more accessible to them. Yeah. So in terms of next steps for all three, part of what we know we have to do is we definitely have to incorporate data into quarterly reports, as Dr. Baker has previously mentioned. That is a direction that we'll be heading in, and doing that cyclically so that we can have earlier interventions. We also will continue and want to engage our educational partners to identify any needs that we perhaps don't see or that are new from the time that the plan was initially initiated. Identify exemplary practices and try to implement those systemically, like Dr. Council just said, identify those sites that have high yield results and try to see how we can magnify that across our district. And then one of the things that we will continue to do, because we know that teachers have told us clearly in survey data, is just continue with the new support with the new math curriculum, which is still in its infancy. In terms of early childhood education, that is one of the metrics that is outlined in our LCAP. I'm going to briefly just review our iReady results, which is one of the metrics identified within our LCAP. However, it's not the only metric that we use to inform progress with early childhood. So real quickly, part of what this data tells us is that pretty consistently now for 3 years, the number of students who are 2 or 3 grade levels behind starts off at 0%. And as the students progress through the grade levels, that number increases. So that's one of the key things that the data clearly tells us. The other thing is that pretty much similar percentage every year. And these are different cohorts, right? So in 22, 23, 45% of students were mid or above grade level in grade K. And that percentage pretty much is very similar year over year. Part of what we know and we hear loudly from our teachers is that this is one of the metrics that we use. However, there's a lot of other metrics. We have various exams that are administered, and our teachers have told us via survey data and advisory group meetings that at a certain point we're testing too much, and we definitely have to assess, are we testing the right way, using the right platform, and is it feeding information to us that becomes useful? And that's something that is clear. Next step for us is to establish a committee that will help inform that, outside of the committees that have already given us preliminary guidance on that. However, doing one solely for early childhood is something that most of our committees are established mainly for, I'll be honest with you, the tested subjects, right? Not to say we disregard the early childhood education. There are contributors and members that are part of that. However, establishing a committee solely for early childhood is a clear need. And then the rest of the items there, we've highlighted in other sections. Yes.
May we please return to that slide? Yeah.
Yes.
So for kindergarten, mid and above grade level, can you describe what constitutes grade level? And in what areas specifically, and what constitutes grade level?
There are different domains that are tested within, specifically English language arts. So there's also a math component. Within math, for example, maybe number sense and different domains there. For ELA, phonemic awareness is one of them. And what I can do is provide you a more comprehensive. I don't think that I would do that justice, I'll be honest with you. We can definitely provide that to you in a more concrete fashion. The one thing I will say is that it's not grade level reading levels, it's content that it's assessing. It is not reading levels.
That's what I suspected. Thank you.
No problem. All right. And I will now pass it over to Mr. Wood, who's going to finish us off with reclass information.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. The last piece of data we wanted to share with you had to do with reclassification rates for English learners. So again, I'm going to share a graph with you. As we go through it, though, prior to sharing that graph, we can see that over 3 years, as a whole, the 3-year reclassification rate of 14.43, we have seen an increase in the number of students that are being reclassified, that are English learners. We do attribute that again, partly to some of the LCAP actions. This goes across all of our LCAP actions pretty much. But we did say increased instructional supports for English learners and long-term English learners. Also science, English language development courses that are in place, and early identification for reclassification. So I will share the graph with you. Hopefully, yes.
Sorry, I have a question. Yes, on that slide.
Oh.
These figures here, do they reflect the students in DLI schools as well as the students just in the English ELA programs? Do we have bifurcated data disaggregated for the DLI students that are reclassified?
I'm going to ask Mrs. Centeno to answer that.
So this data does include students who are reclassified, whether they are in structured English immersion programs or the dual language programs. We have not disaggregated data in that manner, but that is something that we can get for the board.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
This graph shows the data. I'm sorry, I'll look this way. This graph has the data for our reclassification rates. You can see between 17, 18, and 2020, 23, 24. Again, as a whole, we have increased our reclassification rates. And those had to do, we do have some next steps on here. This is a little bit of a different format. As we want to increase more, we do need to do some more training for our Benchmark Express. We also want to incorporate elevation data. That's the data that we track. We used to keep data on students into our PLCs, our professional learning communities, and look at that more thoroughly and frequently, and develop and implement, as we said, and other things, just that recursive cycle of review to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our English learners and reclassification rates. And those are the next steps I just put here. Are there any questions about that?
One of the possible discussions that when it came to reclassifications, I believe one of the criterias we come up with, right? It's pretty hard to reclassify, right? Probably some English only students wouldn't get a 6 on that test. And I think that's what's required, right? Is a 6 on the test, a 5, a 4. Oh, it's a 4. Okay. Anyway, the component that we can control, will there be any discussions or committees looking at that this year?
So we do have an English learner master plan, and in the master plan, it does outline our district's reclassification criteria. And so the first is, of course, a 4 on the LPAC, which is the state standardized test, if you will, for our English language learners that they take annually. So that's the first criteria, and it's the way that we cull students who are possible candidates for reclassification. The second criteria is, of course, teacher consultation. The third is parent consultation. And then we also have to have a secondary measure that all students, whether they're English language learners or not, take so that we can compare our English language learners and how they're performing as compared to their similar age level peers. So you are right, though. It could be very challenging for an English-only student if they had to go through a reclassification criteria, if we held them to that bar. So in our English learner master plan, we do have those cut points because I know that our curriculum, instruction, and assessment department really looks carefully, along with state and federal, at how can we ensure that those cut points are rigorous enough, because we don't want to reclassify students prematurely, right? Because we don't want them to struggle after they are reclassified. We want them to thrive, although there is a required 4-year progress monitoring for all students who are reclassified, so that if there is any slip back or sliding back, we can provide interventions. We identify and provide interventions, just like any other student who may be struggling academically. But we also want to make sure that it is an equitable process because, as you mentioned, President Brashoff, it is very, very rigorous to reclassify. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions?
Just a statement, if I may. I am really interested, and I know I brought it up briefly, and I'm really interested. This is more directly to Dr. Jung. I think moving forward in a conversation, maybe even a presentation, I'd love to see how pathways are supporting our LCAP goals, both supplementary and complementary to our sub areas. We haven't ever seen that, and we've had discussions about it briefly, and you have had presentations in the past, but really not related to LCAP. So I'm wondering what that looks like and how these programs help support these primary initiatives in our district. I want to say to Triple Dr. Wood, thank you for taking the barrage of questions. I think this is your first robust presentation here in our district. So thanks for dodging well.
Thank you.
And great pivoting.
I could dodge much better.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll come back up in the hot seat. But also thank you, Dr. Sanchez and Ms. Centeno for contributing to a dialogue, and everyone else who also contributed to this dialogue and helping us understand a little brief understanding of LCAP. And Mr. Moton, thank you too. Appreciate it. Thanks for the Xbox information.
I want to make a quick comment. I just want to say I really, really like the 4-year progress monitoring. I think that's really important for our students and for parents as well. And we do want to be equitable. And I think it's important for students to feel that it is a fair process for them as well to go ahead and reclassify.
So we didn't, we're going to talk about goal 4. We'll do this very briefly. Goal 4 is community and family engagement. So we'll talk about some of the activities that we did for family and community engagement. These are some of the workshops that we provided, some of the trainings that we've provided throughout the year. We also have information on coffee with the principals in here, and the topics that we did. So that information is here also in the presentation for you to look at. We will provide some more information on that, again, when we come together on more specific data points for that. And then the last thing was our equity multiplier. That was goal 5, which is unique to El Camino High School. And Dr. Sanchez is going to talk about that.
So as Ms. Centeno mentioned earlier, the equity multiplier is only assigned to sites that meet 2 specific criteria, one of which is having 70 students or more meet the low socioeconomic threshold. And then the second one is having a non-stability rate of 25% or more, which really just means that more than 25% of students have been enrolled at the site for less than 245 days. Most of the schools that were identified for the equity multiplier obviously are continuation schools because those 2 metrics predominantly exist there. And so our goal is to help support Mark in improving one of those 2 metrics, which was outlined earlier. And the key finding from current data is that there's little to no year-over-year growth in students meeting or exceeding the standard in ELA or math, and also students who are prepared using the college and career readiness indicator. And so as a next step, we definitely want to explore alternative ways for students to meet that, because obviously what we're currently doing, students at El Camino High School are in pretty unique circumstances where meeting one of those 2 via the current vehicles we have many times seems unreachable for students, and we definitely have to, provide alternatives for students to be able to meet those. And so we'll be exploring that as next step. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Hunter, I know that the state, it's been a hot topic of discussion. And I'm going to butcher it, so please feel free to correct me. The requirements for graduation that the state has been a little vocal about. I mean, I know there's been discussion, and again, congratulations and thank you so much for hanging out here on a lovely Monday evening. I know you and Shave done a phenomenal job at the school site, and you could see with the culture, again, speaking to the culture, you could see it's a dynamic culture, very much changed in what it was 5, 10, 15 years ago. And students are actually happy, and you celebrate them in their graduation. So kudos on that. But any point of discussion, because I know it may come up in the fall about graduation requirements and thinking about graduation requirements in the future.
As far as, I'm trying to figure out like how to approach the question. Are you asking what the graduation requirements are, or if they're?
No. So I know we've had discussions about students with GPA in terms of their graduation requirements, and then the standard for the state in terms of graduation requirements, and then our standard for graduation requirements. And so I know the state's been a little more vocal, and that conversation's happened a little more dynamically in certain districts across the state, but not so much ours. I think the last time we had this conversation was, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 years ago, when we lowered the standard for graduation.
Oh, yes, what you're saying.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so you know what, we do encourage all of our students to try and reach that 220 moniker. But as Dr. Sanchez was kind of laying out, the reason we qualify for this equity multiplier fund is that that transient rate. So we have a very high number. Looking at last year's number, the 23-24 class, 130 out of 155 kids in the cohort were labeled under that homeless label. So you're talking about 80% of the population there. So these kind of monies are here to kind of bridge that gap. So those students do qualify depending on when they entered the school and by some certain assembly bills, 1806, for example, and some other ones, to graduate for 130 credits. So we do vet those as they come in. We do work with the counselors from the other comprehensive sites to see if those avenues are there for those students when they come in. And we have a good process going with Mr. Moton's office to make sure that we can get as many kids to qualify for that system if that, reaching the 220 is just too far away from them. I don't know if that was the answer you're looking for.
No, it actually was, but thanks for being Johnny on the spot with some data. Not very often here in the district. I know, I think you received around less than 50,000 last year, if I'm correct, right?
For Title I, we're usually in the 60s, 60 to 70,000 is about average. And then so this is the first year that last year using that money, that's how we hired Shay, and that's our Dean of Students. Prior to that, we were using CSI funding because about 5 years ago, we were labeled by the state as having trouble just graduating the students. So as you've seen the last couple of years, we've gotten pretty good at that. The last 2 years, we've been over 80%, 3 years ago, 68%. So now what they're realizing, okay, we're graduating the students, but what's that next level? We want to get them college and career ready. So what we're using these monies for is to kind of bridge those gaps, to give our students that kind of that connection to other things that they're not exposed to. So like next year, we're looking to try and bring in some clubs after school that would provide like barista skills, ones like garage band, DJ skills. So just to get the kids more excited about coming to school, and then what kind of things are out there. One of our big areas of need when we've done our needs assessment is in the idea of barbering and cosmetology. So tomorrow I'm meeting with, I have his name on my phone, but our local barber that's part of our community, our superintendent's cabinet. So he's coming out to El Camino tomorrow to try and look at some ways that we can kind of set up a little a setup where we can get our kids into an academy and get them into the barbering profession or the cosmetology profession upon graduation.
Thank you. I mean, that sounds really innovative and exciting. So let me know when you have a course. I'll definitely come out there. So are you saying that by having students be more right, quote unquote, college and career ready, we should see statistically significant growth in ELA?
For El Camino, yeah, we expect to see higher scores in our ELA and math scores as the kids, are showing up more, more excited about coming to, because these college and career pathways is what kind of reaches our students. When we do those needs assessments, that's what they want, is what kind of, some of them are interested in college and some don't even know that they have that ability. But working with Cerritos College, working with Dr. Jung and setting up those pathways, because next year's gonna be the first year we actually have a teacher on our campus that's actually able to offer those pathways and get the kids in dual enrollment. So we have a couple of those classes coming through Cerritos. So now that's we can get them college credits before they're even out. And so for a lot of our students, they would be the first to actually even earn a college credit in their whole family.
Thank you.
I'd like to return to the family engagement slide. Can we do that, please?
So that there were,
That one.
There were two of them. This one?
The one with the workshops, the topics.
Yes, this one.
Okay. So what I was wondering about is if the topics were like family initiated topics, how were those topics selected? They were?
That's a great question. We do send out surveys to our families, and we do then develop workshops around the needs that the families are asking for. But the other, always kind of a main focus is how can we help our parents support their students' student achievement, right? So it comes back to that. How can we help build our parents' skills so that they can support their children and help them increase?
And that's exactly what I was thinking about, because the topic that usually arises within parent meetings, because I was a parent, back then was parent, now it's called family educator for over 10 years, is precisely how to support classroom learning at home. And there are many ways to do that, and I didn't see it listed here. So I was wondering about that.
Yes, and these particular workshops that are listed here were the workshops that were offered at the district level by the district office. So this does not include the many wonderful opportunities provided for our parents by our school sites. So this here really focuses on, from the district level, what are we doing to foster our parent engagement so that they can help support their children academically.
And are all schools providing those workshops on supporting classroom learning at home?
So our Title I schools do have to spend a portion of their Title I funds to support parent engagement. So absolutely, but I know even our schools that do not receive Title I, they work hard to make sure that they provide opportunities for their parents to also learn how to support their students.
I think it would be wonderful if moving forward, we could have it at the district level. Just district-wide. I mean, this workshops to empower and equip parents to support, or families to support classroom learning at home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go back. That was our presentation for today. I do want to say thank you, Dr. Cancio, for your comments. This was the first time here, and I will say this is also my first time this year going to graduations for Norwalk-La, and to see our young scholars walk across that stage and how excited they were in our adult ed program made me very, very proud to serve in a district that is doing the great work that we've seen today. I would also like to thank the Ed Services team that was here today to help answer questions that we had, and also, of course, Ms. Centeno and Dr. Sanchez for presenting the information. And under leadership of Dr. Baker, we really are trying to align our services to be more responsive to the needs, and those are reflected in the next steps here. And we look forward to bringing you more data in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Can I just add a few more thank yous? So I do want to also recognize our fiscal department, because without the hard work of our fiscal department, you know, we do on the ed services side, we do, we help determine the goals, the actions, we write the narratives, but fiscal really does so much work for the LCAP budget. I also would like to thank our IT department, because they really report on CalPads, and we pull a lot of data for the metrics in the LCAP from the CalPads data that they collect. So I do want to just recognize the hard work from those departments. And as Mr. Wood said, the rest of our ed services team. So thank you.
Thank you for the extensive LCAP presentation. And now we have our esteemed Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Ardo Santillan, discuss the budget, the proposed budget.
It's okay.
Since Mr. Santillan's getting ready, don't forget Mr. Hunter. He's a great DJ, so you may have some there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rios. Board President Brashoff, Vice President Dr. Cancio, board members.
Dr. Baker, audience, and the 41 people watching us live via YouTube. So tonight, we are presenting the proposed budget. And as Dr. Baker indicated before, this is an informational only item. So the adoption will happen on June 23rd. Now, when we talked about dates, also remember the state will have to adopt its budget by June 30th. We're using the latest assumptions for the May revise. So unless the state changes something tomorrow or the next day, this is the plan that we have for the 23rd. It has happened twice that some of the assumptions changed dramatically, that change our income plus or minus around $1 or $2 million. Then we need to come back to you in 45 days, which that will be mid-August, with a quick update to show you, okay, instead of getting more monies here, we'll receive less monies over there. But if that doesn't happen, we will come back in December during our first interim report with another update. Let me just give you a quick update what happened on the May revise. So when you saw our second interim report in March, we were using the assumptions from January, the proposed budget for 25-26. So then a few months go by, and then now we have the latest assumptions from the May revise. And I know we had two brand new board members. In the May revise, well, it is known as the May revise because the latest assumptions happened in May as revisions. So it has become, and is being known as the May revise for the last 20 and 30 years. Some of the highlights that we had on the May revise was the workers' compensation rate has increased. So we have built those increases into the budget. There is a provision that is called cash deferral, which means that next year, the payment that we'll get in June will be deferred to July. This is not to say that it's giving us a flashback, but remember when we went through the crisis that started in 07, 08 with the real estate, when the state was facing some hard times, they started with one deferral, which means we're not going to pay you in June, but we're going to pay you in July. Things didn't get any better. So the next round was, we're not going to pay you May and June, we'll give them to you next year. At one point, we ended up getting almost 6 deferrals. And then for a district, it's really hard because we're talking about cash. We're supposed to be getting from the state close to $20+ million every single month based on our ADA. And we use those monies to basically make payroll and pay the bills. In October alone, because October is considered a normal month, we usually spend $24 million. But if the state doesn't pay us, one or 2 months, we have enough cash that we can put from different accounts so we can make payroll, and we actually did it once. But if they keep adding these deferrals, then main business will have to get a loan. It's almost to say, like, our paycheck is June, and I will tell the employees, by the way, we're not paying you at the end of June. We're going to hold your check until July. And that's not going to come across really well. So, and then also the...
You're now the least popular person in the whole district for saying that. Let's start off the presentation on a good note.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Cancio. That kind of moved my speech a little bit. So, and on the income assumption, I want to be showing you how COLA changed, but just a little bit. So going into the next slide, using this format before, and we use these numbers, and most of these numbers come from the state, mainly COLA. And I wanted to make a point that the last numbers from the May revise, COLA for next year is 2.3%. And I added a blue box on top of it because when we show you the report back in March, when the second interim report, we were projecting 243. So it went down a little bit. The same happened next year. The new number is 3.2%. We're projecting 352, and the next one is 342, and it was just a little higher, 3.63. The reason why I highlighted the two rows at the bottom is the total LCFF entitlement, which this number is driven by ADA. So we're supposed to be receiving $207 million. And the next year, 208, and the following year, 208. So it's kind of pretty stable for the next 3 years. Now, within the $207 million, this is the presentation that just took place. There is the LCAP portion, supplemental concentration grant. And again, as you can see, it's almost like a flat amount, 42.5, 42.2, and then $42 million. I also wanted to share how we get our monies. We have enrollment and we have ADA, the average daily attendance. And when families enroll the students, we have to wait for those students to come into the classroom. Many times they do not. So the ratio, in our district, is the total number enrolled. It's almost a 93% ratio with the actual ADA that we need to claim. These are the students that actually come into the classroom, and we make a final count on April 15th. We send our calculations, and they will pay us back. The reason why those two rows are highlighted that says total LCFF ADA 3-year average and total LCFF ADA P2 projected is because the second row that says P2, that's the count at April 15th. That is our actual ADA that if we didn't have any concessions, we would be claiming that number, 13,127. But because of the COVID-19, they changed the rule on how we claim our ADA. Rule number 1 was, if we are growing district, we claim the highest number of ADA that we have. Rule number 2 was, if you are declining enrollment, you claim the highest of the current and the prior year. The third rule was, if you don't meet rule number 1, rule number 2, you can get an average of the last 3 years, and you can claim those as you go forward. So for the last 2 years, we'll be claiming the 3-year average because the number is much higher. On the expenditures, the only highlight on this slide is that if we don't do anything, the budget will grow automatically with $1.6 million, stepping column. New employees that move across and then down because they're getting more studies. And then we also calculated our new insurance cap for all the employees. This is based on the negotiations that we have with the two associations, up to $11,475. Now, this is the summary from the presentation that we just had before. These are the components that Dr. Marco was talking about. So these are the actual goals, and the total is $42.5 million. On this one, I'm really not going line by line, but this is just to share with you that those components total $42 million and are part of the budget already. Now, on the budget reductions. So then the budget reductions are a moment in time. And then we don't come up with these lists like in 2 weeks. This has been almost like a 9-month process. And even when Dr. Baker came in, we picked it up. First day she came to the office, we're having lunch, and in the afternoon, we're talking budget reductions. It started right away. And it included human resources, our superintendent, business, educational services. It's a long process. We are doing a lot of reductions, and with information that we had from a few months ago until like 2-3 weeks ago. These are based in enrollment and on the needs that we have, because there are many functions that they're duplicate functions. There's some of the functions that will need to be more efficient. So all those items are taken into consideration, and then the reductions are identified. Now, because on this reduction is really an educated guess. For example, when I bring you a contract that says not to exceed $10,000, for example, for some kind of repair, I'm thinking that I'm going to be using $10,000 for the whole year. But in reality, I only use 8,000. So double checking some of the contracts, we had a chance to reduce the contracts that we usually put them on a yearly basis, and that's also how we come up with some reactions over here. Also, when we do these lists, we have an evaluation process that when the budget gets adopted on June 23rd, it'll start on July 1st. There is no way for us to say, well, these reductions are really working as expected in July because not everybody's back. August, everybody's just coming back. September, enrollment is not level yet. So what is considered a normal month is October. And so we use those 3 months, and that is the deadline that we use when we come back to you in December with the first interim report. So for example, our total package is like $12 million. And the reason why I highlighted those items is because those are basically positions. There is 1 or 2 reallocations, and then there is quite a few frozen positions, vacancies, because we keep having the same approach as we did before. If we have a vacancy, it is a little easier to go on a vacancy instead of going to a position that has an employee in it.
I agree with you.
Yes.
But I do want to highlight one thing. Just because we strike out an individual billet off of our on our budget reduction list, it doesn't mean that the need disappears. The need's still there. You could give a cost savings, but that does not mean that we've addressed the need, and the needs it could be exacerbated even more. So I just want to be conscious of the fact that the board understands that just because we don't offer a certain position, or we're not looking to fill a certain position, does not mean that there's no need that we need filled. Because I think that's been we haven't said that right for a couple of years. I want to just focus and highlight on that we all understand that.
I want to say something really quick. I also want to consider the burden that it creates on other employees as well. In HR, we call it quiet hiring, where you just kind of distribute the task and responsibilities to others already in different positions. So I do want to be cautious about that.
Yes, and I completely agree with you. And then the third idea is that sometimes by having too many people, that doesn't make us more efficient. See, we're being less now. We're having less students now. And then I completely agree with you. The need, the reporting will still be there, but then the volume probably will not be there. I mean, the work will remain, and then but this is the approach that we're taking now. And as I said, when I was talking about the evaluation process, even though we are basically cutting those positions, coming back in July, say that we all of a sudden we have 300 students more. The students will bring with their own income, and then they probably will create more needs. So we'll be able to reverse these entries. Because again, this document is a moment in time. Otherwise, this plan probably will be changing all the way to June 23rd, like every single year. I mean, we've done it almost 10, 11 times here. Remember, last year we cut and reallocated $9.6 million. The year before that one was around $6 million. The year before that one, it was 2, and the prior to that one was another $3 million. So this is really nothing new. In complete agreement with what you say, but again, it's a moment in time, goes through an evaluation. If there is a need, then we'll reevaluate the situation, and if something is needed to pull back, we will. The next items in pink are really basic services and then reductions. So that totals $12.2 million. Now,
real quick, I have a question. If you can return to that real quick. Specifically, the subs, conferences, long-term stipends, in services. We had just talked in the LCAP about the need to continue supporting the math curriculum. That's going to require subs and teacher training at the district.
Yes. Training, we completely agree. But then we're talking more about focused training, and this was identified on, if I'm not mistaken, on the 90-day plan, because there's some overlapping situations. It might be some overlapping conferences. And then we're an educational institution. We provide trainings, but at one point, the training has to be reflected in the classroom or in the department. I'll go and learn something new, but then I have to put it in practice. And then every time we go to a training, we have to get a sub.
Just want to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the need for teacher support in the new curriculum.
Right. Now, and then thank you, Mr. Brachoff. Early on, there was one comment that we were reducing 100,000 for the crossing guard. We're not cutting that contract. Again, this talks about the evaluations that we keep doing constantly. This contract of the crossing guards is around $750,000 for the whole year. And it so happens that if they're supposed to be there 3 hours, then they have to be there 3 hours. If they are between 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 45, then we conducted an audit. We're going to be meeting with the company, and we're going to be making those adjustments. It doesn't mean that we're cutting the contract. We're just making some adjustments to focus into our own reality. If we're not getting those services, then we shouldn't be paying for those.
Just real briefly, Dr. Baker, I know we have this as a goal. Don't worry, it's not a question or need for a comment, but just want to highlight line items are reductions reallocated due to grant. So I know, Dr. Jung, I know you're probably more of a grant headhunter with our pathways, but a significant increase in your department would help us out drastically in some of our budget reallocations, not necessarily reductions. And then I hate not to snub Mr. Jacobson, but I'm hoping that we could save significantly more on legal fees than just 100,000. I mean, given the fact the scope of the budget, or it's not budget, the scope of the amount of monies that have been used in the last 3 to 5 years on legal fees has significantly increased. So,
well, thank you, Dr. Cancio. So, going back to our income, and as you know, we're talking about the general fund. It's broken down into unrestricted and then restricted. Our main source of income is the LCFF. That's where we get our $207 million, and that is driven by ADA. And we also highlight the one that is called other financing sources, because that one has two components. That is the payment for special education. It's around $33 million when we collect their ADA, but the ADA comes in the restricted side of the house. So it's an accounting entry that we have to move $33 million from the unrestricted to the restricted. And we also have $9 million in there that we have to move from the unrestricted to the maintenance and operations account. The $9 million pays for all the employees and all the repairs that we have in that department. On the expenditures, the highlight on the first two items is all the human beings that we have. It's around 84% of the $300 million. Now, and then we have the categories: books and supplies, services, capital outlay, things like that. And the actual report really comes down to this. You know, you received the 180 pages over the weekend, and it really comes down to this. I know our two board members are still going to some trainings, and the importance on this is we only focus on the unrestricted side of the house, because the restricted, you know, the name gives it away, is restricted funds. We can only use it for certain things. The ADA comes on the unrestricted. That's why we are very protective on this one. So just to give you some ideas on the revenues, we use the latest COLA numbers that we receive from the state. Now on the expenditures, we apply the savings, but we also build all the increases for the future. on the TA agreements, well, on the settlement agreement we have with CSCA, and a TA portion on the salaries and in the health and welfare. Before I move to the next section, see what it says on 25, 26, on the expenditures, 187, it goes up to 189, it comes down to 185. So 25, 26 is the last year that we had a chance to use one-time monies from the state. It was the Arts and Music Grant. It's around $9 million that we're using. So what we ended up doing was we have to remove the expenditures from the 25, 26 and move them to the 26, 27. But we also applied the $12 million savings in there, and we had the increases and then some countries that that we needed to add. So almost the net effect was that the budget went up $2 million, but because of the savings, and the savings are ongoing, year number 3, it came down to 185. We also added those red boxes, and just to show the board that when we did the presentation back in March on the second interim report, on the projections for 25, 26, we projected that our deficit spending was going to be around 16. Now we're projecting around 12. The next year was going to be around 19, and then it's 14. And year number 3 is really way out, but then we still are being reduced on deficit spending. Not only that, but then as we shared with you before, and you've been very supportive for the past few years of the reductions that we made, but we always keep working on mitigating deficit spending. I mean, Dr. Kansi just kind of stole one of my lines on trying to apply for categoricals, because that's the idea. We're doing more position control. We're trying to reallocate funds as much as we can. And then we implement faithfully that in March, we stop operations, almost stop operations. So that slows down the budget. It does not fix the deficit spending, but it will help the ending fund balance, almost like increasing our savings account. And when we come back next year, around this time, we will bring another savings package for the following year. So because of those situations, then the ending fund balance, goes from $36 million to $22.11, and that affects our reserve level. District our size, we need to keep at least 3% reserve levels. So if nothing changes, if this plan remains the same, we'll close the books at 12%. The next year will be 7.5%, and then year number 2 will be 4. Another question that may come up will be, well, I've been going to these trainings, and then how much money is really needed as a reserve level, just in case, for payroll? So as I said before, October, if we add up all the payroll and all the bills that we had to pay, it's around $24 million. So if 3% is 9, we're probably going to be needing close to at least 9% to cover a full payroll. So we are at 12, but then it goes down to 7 and then 4. And then we also don't know, I mean, as you know, you've been reading the news, there is somewhat uncertainty on the federal funding. Nothing has been settled yet, but if some of these assumptions change, then the whole NYP is going to change. And then again, if we know something in the next week that really, if this changes a few $100,000 here and there, I mean, it's no problem. But if it changes for a few millions, we will come back to you second week of August, and we'll just give a quick update. How the ending fund balance look, how the deficit spending looks as a projection, and what the reserve levels will be.
Quick question for the federal monies, are they usually come under restricted?
Unrestricted.
The federal monies come in.
Okay, I'm sorry. See, It's because
No
it's
problem.
already 10 p.m. Yes, you're right, restricted.
So they come out under the restricted side, but do we get federal monies on the unrestricted side as well, or not really? This
No,
is all
the-
state money.
No, the reason
State
why
and
I
local.
said this is because, I don't know if you've been reading the news. Last week, there was an article that they were planning to reduce some monies to the UC system in the CSU, okay, federal funding. So the school system, the educational system, we are like 40% almost of the total budget. Now, and then I'm going to say this, but I'm speculating right now. So the governor can say, well, we don't get a federal funding for our universities, then we just don't get any. But if he says, no, we're going to be supporting them and trying to give them some funding, well, the money will have to come from somewhere. And then he's been reducing the human services department, housing, and we've been protected almost the last 3 or 4 years. So I really don't want to say it'll be our time, but then if they start squeezing monies to protect the higher education, then it'll have to come from somewhere.
Estuardo, really quick, can you just clarify what percent of the reserves is 1 month's worth of payroll?
So 3% level over here is around $9 million.
Okay.
So when we, a month for payroll and all the bills is around $24 million. And then we always use October, because October is really like a full month.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And that concludes the presentation.
Well, thank you, Stuardo, like always. And I know we're always at the mercy of the state, and we won't know anything till the 15th, you know. And I know I talked to our assemblywoman this morning, and I urged to try to push not to touch anything in our education departments. It's just hard, and I would anything wherever we cut. I just don't want to see positions cut. Only because I mean the stress. I know that you were talking about the crosswalk people. Well, the same person that I walk to when I walk my dog across the street during the time when the kids are out, she crosses me there. Then I go to the market and she's over there working her second job to make ends meet. You know, it's tough. And I know that a lot of the times, you know, I mean, we all scrambled, even, you know. And so if anything, try to look wherever we can. And let's leave everything else to the end. I mean, I know it's hard, but the positions are, and even though we think they're not, I mean, they are very crucial. Going back to Ms. Harkey's earlier, you know, I've known Clay, our kids played since. That guy will do anything for our students. And they're out there, they're there every day, and you know, they're the ones that they see pretty much when they're not at home. So yeah, that's my thank you.
You are absolutely correct, Mr. Rios. And what I forgot to say on my opening statements before I got distracted was, if I go in and cut $5,000 of a department, it'll create discomfort. It will be a problem. But somehow we have to keep moving this forward. And then again, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, and that's why I was emphasizing that if things change, there is need, then these reductions will be revisited as we go. You know, the prime example that I shared with you last year was when I was reducing some money from maintenance in operations. I mean, some repairs. If for some reason the roof breaks over here, I'm not going to come to you and say, well, we cut the amount. We reduce the budget. We had to fix it. And then so we will do reevaluations on these plans as we go. but this is already built into that budget.
Thank you so much for this report and for helping us understand it. I would love for our entire community, anyone with a 10th grade, a 12th grade education, to be able to understand these budgets. But Estuardo, the 187 million expenditures, that is after we've taken out the reductions on 2 pages prior, and also the one-time monies, the last of the one-time monies, which was 9 million. So you add those together, we were able to reduce our expenditures in our current, for the budget for next year by those 2 amounts. Okay, just want to make sure. And then, I think we're all interested in looking at trends. We have 15,000 students. We want to have more than that. If we do have fewer, which we anticipate we may, it's somewhat likely, then, it does make sense that we would be cutting costs, because if we're keeping it proportional to the number of students we have, right? But I think the thing that I look at when I see this is I track, if I track 2 different things. One is the reserves. So like in that total reserves column at the bottom, so that's like our slush fund that we can use to pay payroll and things if we need it, right? If the state's late in paying us or something. So I know in the prior 24-25, our total reserve was around 52.4 million. And then now we're down to, we're expecting to be down to 36.3 million 12 months later. And then the reserves are expected to be down 22 million and then 11 million. So obviously there's a trend there. And I know that if we don't even have at least 3% of our operating costs, the whole board gets swept off and the county comes in and says, we're going to make decisions now about what happens.
Right.
And so and then of course the deficit too, that's another tracking thing. What is the best, obviously we don't want to remove people from position. We don't want to discontinue positions, but if we have fewer students, we probably will have to, logically. So, and next year we won't have that 9 million. We won't have the 12. We'll probably make new reductions.
Yes.
Okay. So then, what is the plan for trying to keep our reserves up higher rather than them stepping down year by year,
Sure.
like we're seeing?
Sure. Let me just go one step back, because we're going to get into the accounting portion a little bit. What Ms. Becky was talking about was the ending fund balance that was projected as second interim report. That's a projected ending fund balance. So when we go into the next fiscal year, the ending fund balance becomes the beginning fund balance. When we build the budget, then we step away from that number, because we have to go for the amounts, for the contracts, for the positions, time cards, services that we have in the system, that we have to assume that will become fully spent all the way to June 30th. So we have to calculate what the ending fund balance will be at the end of this fiscal year, excluding the second interim report. That's a big difference right there. Now, we use a number as a beginning fund balance for the budget. Then when we come back in August, when we close the books, and then remember that is a simple, that's the one that I usually open with something like, I really like this report because there is no more assumptions. The ending fund balance, the real ending fund balance when we close the books, then that gets moved into the budget. And it's usually a little higher, because we go, for example, in positions, right? We have a position that is being budgeted for the whole year. and say that the employee leaves month number 6, and we fly the position, we don't get hired, we fly the position, those 6 months that we didn't pay that employee, those become almost savings, and they drop into the ending fund balance, will become the beginning fund balance. I think I confused all of you, but then that's almost the only way to say that. And then the second piece is like, what are we doing? What are we, and then the second piece, what are we doing to contain or to fix the ending fund balance and the deficit spending? Is the savings plan. Because again, last year we did it, and then, but we also working on that box that I was showing you here, the box on the right. We're still working on these things to see, and then the other piece that I didn't mention was the income generation. Okay, we're still talking about the 2 properties that for the future will generate more monies, and the solar panels that, I mean, will create more savings. So down the road, we need to add all these components, but as we go, as unfortunately as this sounds, we need to make some reductions. And again, let me emphasize that we don't take this lightly. We know that reducing a single budget a little bit, it really creates a problem. But then that's what we are. This is like step number 1 when we set the budget, and then we just work with what we have as we go into the future.
Thank you, Dr. Concio.
I think it's important to note that what we value is where our money is, and where our money is what we value, especially when it comes to these line items. So it's really important for us to be very sensitive to every single dollar spent, that it's used wisely. So with that, Dr. Sierra, you're in charge of bringing an additional 500 students every single year. So let us know what you need to beef up the program. But I think you're right on the money when you said that early education, especially their remote, really is where we invite families to participate, to be part of the Norwalk-La Unified School District family. And if we wow them and give them those services that they can't find somewhere else, they stay with us. And we want to continue giving that and being part of that relationship with parents. So as just a thought, how much does the Board of Education cost? So, and the reason why I asked this is, I took our stipends, for example, and I calculated that just by stipends alone, the Board of Education is costing the district $33,600 a year. If there's going to be drastic cuts and deficits all throughout, then I would propose that we don't have a stipend for board members and this really be a labor of love. I know it's probably not a very popular thing to say amongst my colleagues, but especially when I look at some of the line items, like GATE, for example, where you're decreasing $6,000 a year. And when you think about that, that $33,600 is really going to help alleviate some programs that may be in more dire need of funding. So I invite my colleagues, and hopefully it'd be really popular for us to put it on the agenda. In our next meeting, if we're all going to cut budgets in every department, then the Board of Education should commit also to cutting its stipends. And Mr. President, that's actually going to be a request that we put on our next agenda. But finally, Eduardo and your team, the remainder of your team that's here, thank you so much. I think this is the only conversation that my palms sweat every single time, partly from excitement, but partly from, it's just the sheer seriousness of the financial situation of our district and that narrative that's been going on even beyond my term here on the board, where we really haven't been able to ride the bull, if you may, and take control. But I know that there's been more aggressive and assertive initiatives and cost savings that you've done collectively with the superintendent and her team. And so I'm looking forward to hopefully that some of these initiatives are beneficial for our district, but also not cutting too much into the bone, because that's really the structure of our district, and we want to continue to make sure that we provide the families the services and the spaces that they need, and our teachers and staff the safe places that they require to, in terms of the place of employment, and doing what they do best, which is educate our children and our community. So with that, thank you so much for your team. And stark, dire, but very important. And I think we need to wake up. And if everyone's going to take a cut, then I think we should take a cut too.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cancio.
Thank you. This concludes the presentation part. We will move on to action items. However, I sense the need for a cover break. So we can come back at 10:30. That would be great. Thank you. All right, thank you for hanging in with us. We have a lot of important contracts and business to attend to, so this is, although it's late, this is the important part. Also very important. All right, moving on to action item number 13, Measure G. We'll take A through I as a whole unit unless somebody wants to pull any item from A through I. Okay, absent a colleague wishing to pull it, we'll vote on A through I, Measure G, A through I together. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item number 14, the building program. Can I get a motion? Number 14?
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item number 15, student personnel. Can you get a motion? Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion and a second. I would just like to comment that whenever we contemplate an expulsion, it's not a matter of disregarding a kid or saying, in a sense, getting rid of. It's actually a matter of seeing how we can provide more supports, and then being able to bring them back. With that said, let's go ahead and do a roll call for this one.
Ms. Free? Yes. Ms. Amezcua? Yes. Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios? Yes. Dr. Vidari?
Yes.
Dr. Concio?
Yes.
Mr. Brasov?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, for the consent agenda, quick reminder, the district executive staff pulled items 27B, C, and D from the consent agenda. And then I also have a request to pull 22A, H, P, and T. So I have a request to pull 22A, H, P, and T. 27B, C, D is already pulled. Would any colleagues like to pull any additional items from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. So can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda except for 27 BCD and then 22 AHP and T?
Second.
Okay, can I get a roll call?
Ms. Free? Yes. Ms. Amezcua?
Yes.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios?
Yes.
Dr. Vidari? Dr. Concio?
Yes.
And Mr. Brasov?
Yes. Okay, that brings us to item 22A. Lozano Smith LLP, contract with a law firm. And can we get a motion, a second, and we'll have some discussion.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on 22A?
I don't have discussion, but I request a roll call.
Okay. Just real quick, I do have a question. What are the needs for this? What was kind of the background needs that this came up to, and perhaps between Mr. Jacobson and Dr. Baker?
Sure. So we're in the process, we're in transition now, and we are looking at some cost-cutting strategies that don't have to do with personnel. And part of that has to do with efficiency and some additional support in legal services. And so legal services isn't limited to bond services. We've got legal for bond, we've got in general counsel, we've got special education legal counsel. If Luna was here, he'd talk about legal counsel for risk management, and we have legal counsel for HR.
That's a lot of different law firms that we use. And then we have folks all across the district who have access to an attorney. Anytime you call, text, or email an attorney, no matter who in the room would do that, you're getting charged. And so we don't have a strong handle right now, or we haven't in the past historically, about who contacts attorneys, which attorneys we're using, how we're thinking about risk management. And so what we're doing now is we're limiting access to attorneys to the certain executive team members. And by the end of next year, we will have consolidated in terms of the legal counsel we're using for special education, which we're looking to go with Lozano Smith on that, have significant expertise across the state. And then we're using right now F3 for a lot of the third-party supports that you're seeing. Rob Jacobson is internal, and so he's kind of working to close out some of the things that have been kind of long-standing in different areas. And so we are looking to transition and consolidate the access and the usage of legal, but do it in a way with folks who have extensive expertise in those areas in the state of California. And so F3 is known for what we're using them for around governance, student conduct, and some HR components. Lozano Smith is very well known in special education, and some of our team members have some experience with Lozano Smith, myself included. So that is the rationale for utilizing these two firms. The goal is, with Mr. Luna's expertise, to work on our claims and so forth, for you to see even more consolidation with that level of usage in terms of legal. But right now, I don't want to call it the Wild Wild West, but we got a lot of legal. We've got a lot of attorneys that we're using, and we've got a lot of staff that reach out to attorneys on a pretty regular basis. And so we're attempting to get a handle on that and use them as needed, and using folks who have the level of expertise in the area that we need it.
What is the anticipated savings? Okay, because this comes out as an expense, 90,000 or max 90,000, but you're presenting it as an anticipated savings. Have we calculated if we go with this plan and then we don't have every staff being able to access attorneys, what is the anticipated savings that we're looking at?
Well, the idea is that we already have the prior 3 law firms that we will discontinue their services by June. And as you saw on my chart, we are anticipating $100,000 in savings for the whole year. But then that's because we are revamping the whole procedure, as Dr. Baker indicated.
Really quick, so for clarification, even though we're saying that not to exceed 90,000, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we're going to spend.
Correct, yes.
Go to that amount. Our hope is that we don't spend that.
Correct. So again, you don't have multiple staff reaching out to attorneys conveniently. Today it came up, hey, should we reach out? We didn't need to reach out to an attorney today for the question that was being asked. We have internal counsel for certain things, and we were able to leverage Rob, right? And so we just right then and there, not making the call when you don't need to, and getting permission in certain cases, that prevents us from going over certain limits. So that's a little component around efficiency and effectiveness and just communication on the team that can help us in terms of cost savings as well, in terms of legal at least.
And then we had mentioned that we're closing out the contracts with the previous firms. What's the reason for switching firms?
Well, we wanted to make sure that we had a little bit more objectivity in terms of moving forward. It's just I don't want to say common practice, but a good practice. Every few years, you'll see auditors switch with companies and organizations. You'll see legal firms sometimes switch out. So I think with this new team and how we're moving forward in terms of just being really focused on what our outcomes are and making sure that we have clear expertise in areas so we don't have to jump around to different attorneys. We know for sure Lozano Smith, without question, has extensive experience in special education. There's some things around special education that our new leader is doing. I want him to be able to have that support and that objectivity with a new firm, fresh face, fresh eyes, with the expertise in this area. And we've had great firms. This is not a knock on any firm that we're using, but it is good practice. We've got, again, fresh leadership. We don't want to carry over any sort of preconceived things that we used to do. We want to close out cases. We want to serve kids. And there are some firms that are known for doing that. And so that's one of the rationales in terms of selecting Lozano Smith and what we know about their background and what we've experienced in terms of their support for special ed.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, can we get a roll call?
Ms. Freak? Yes. Ms. Amezcua?
Yes.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios?
Yes.
Dr. Vidari?
Yes.
Dr. Concio?
No.
Mr. Brassoff?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Next, we had a request to pull item H, 22H. And this is dealing with continental interpreting. Same thing, let's get a motion and if there is a motion in a second, then we'll proceed to discussion.
So moved.
Okay. My question for this would be, are the languages involved here? Because this came up a couple years ago. We had another, I'm not sure if it was the same company or not, but it turned out that the was the same company? Wasn't the same company, but same issue. Same conversation a couple years ago with CSEA concerns that this was kind of encroaching on their responsibility and one of the responses, well, there's languages for IEPs such as Arabic, that this was really needed for other languages. That was a couple years ago. What is the rationale now when we do have, in fact, we have an MOU for translation services with CSEA? What's the rationale for having a separate company?
Yes, first let me say I apologize to Ms. Hargrave for not preparing her for this today. Continental does provide translation and interpretation in a variety of languages. We do have Spanish interpreters within the district. Continental also does sign language for us. They do the sign language interpretation. They do various languages for interpretation. Also for board meetings now, when we need to have a contracted person, we are using Continental. So it does provide some additional services outside of what is available to us through CSEA right now. We would always want to use CSEA first. We'd always want to give the word to our employees, but this provides some things that right now we can't provide without that.
So my understanding is that we, and this isn't about CSEA, but for when it comes to all the unions and all the shareholders and stakeholders, well, particularly actually around unions, we consider them in conversations, right? This is just a general question I'm throwing up in the air. I guess Dr. Baker would fall on you if no one wants to answer it. But we have to consider our union partners when it comes to contracts that may infringe or come relatively close to services that they provide.
I guess.
Okay.
Good evening, it's Michael Gatto. So yes, of course. So whenever it's bargaining unit work, we need to engage with our associations to talk about, hey, we have this need. We don't see how we can do it within the capacity that we have here. So we're going to need to go outside for it. Tonight, an MOU was referenced about communication around that. And so we're going to get better about providing that upfront information to our associations as we move forward.
So CSE was not considered, and based on your apology, Mr. Wood, CSE was not considered part of this conversation beforehand. And
I did not have the communication with CSEA around this, no.
okay, so yeah, it wasn't that Ms. Heidi was not prepared, is that she was too prepared and she found that this was coming up and it wasn't discussed with CSEA, especially as it violates the MOU. So if you're saying that we should have had this conversation, and Mr. Wood, you just said we didn't have that conversation, so we failed to have this conversation. So I don't feel comfortable having a vote on, I think we should table it I agree.
I move to table this item till there's some discussion with CSEA regarding specifically, and again, we're meeting in 2 weeks, so it's not like, it's not going to be catastrophic for our district. We're meeting again in 2 weeks, but just simply move to table.
I second your amendment.
No, it's a motion to table. So you second the motion to table. Yeah, so I move to table that specifically till the 23rd. A roll call on the motion to table, and if that fails, then we'll get a roll call on this specific item.
Before you vote, may I just add one piece? There was mention of a violation of an MOU. The MOU is still going through the process of ratification, but the intent is there to ensure that that communication is in place.
No, I'm not accusing of violation. I wasn't thinking of the MOU about communication. I was thinking about there was an MOU specifically for CSE interpreters to be paid. Now, I realize this, we may very well need the services because there's other languages. For, legally for IEPs, we have to serve all our parents. I just want to make sure that there's communication that whatever languages we use them for doesn't impinge on in-house people.
I think an extension of that, I agree. But I think when it comes to an MOU, it shouldn't be we co-create MOUs and then we use them against our union partners when they don't follow it. And then when we don't follow the MOUs, we just ignore it and go ahead and vote for it. So I just want to be conscious of the fact that we, just like we strictly enforce them to follow those MOUs, we ourselves as a district should do the same. Even if it's something that may be perceived as small as like being considerate of having them be part of a conversation like a contract, or even when we're interviewing key leadership positions in our district, if there's an MOU, there's conversations that they're supposed to be a part of it and we're violating it, then we shouldn't be, and we should retract and go back to actually abide by those respective MOUs or deals that we have. So
we have a motion and a second to table till the 23rd of June. Can I get a roll call on that?
Yes. Ms. Free?
Yes.
Ms. Amezcua?
Yes.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios? Yes. Dr. Vidari?
Yes, and I just wanted to say that I'm also aware that, cognizant of the fact that this is Mr. Wood's first year, and just wanted to note that.
Dr. Concio?
yes.
And Mr. Brassoff?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so the item is tabled till the 23rd of June. That brings us to 22P. Environmental Network Corporation, Encore, contract for $15,000 to provide on-call environmental and hazardous material consulting for minor projects. District-wide, that may require asbestos, lead, mold inspections, et cetera. Can I get a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just one question, and I'm so sorry. It's probably gonna fall like on you, Edith. Yeah. These monies, are they coming straight from any of our measures, or?
No, this one is maintenance and operations account. It's not for the bond, it's not general fund. It's a maintenance on operations account.
So since infrastructure related, why can't we use any of the bonds?
Oh, because it has to be a bond approved project. Yeah.
So it is a bond approved project.
This is not.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right.
So let me make this. So you're saying that we passed bonds and said we won't do things like asbestos testing, lead, mold inspections, and we passed it, and we don't offer those services on the bond? I think that should be important moving forward to have something like that.
No, when we do an approved project, as you know, we bring you the project.
Right.
And then you approve it. And now, for example, on the next, on the roofings that we're planning to do in the next 5-6 months, if I'm sure there's going to be a requirement of asbestos, then the total project will include that piece. This contract is when we have small jobs into a classroom, into an old portable, into an office that we can call somebody, well, can you do this testing? It's safe, but it's not a bond-related project at all.
Really quick, I've dealt with these asbestos companies. And actually, this price is not bad considering all the work that takes place. And I know that if there's a leak or there's a flood and they come in to test for mold, I mean, these are necessary. So for a year's contract, I think that's not a bad price at all. Usually when they come and they do a one-time testing, it's about $4,000. So this price is not bad, and I think that it's reasonable as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Ms. Free. I think this amount then, I mean, if the board decides next meeting to give up our stipends, then this would cover that cost. I think it'd be more important that our stipends be used on asbestos-led mold inspections if they're not tied to bonds to ensure the safety of our students and staff. I call for the question.
With all respect, though, I think that conversation on stipends needs to be taking place later on.
Okay. So can we get a roll call on item P?
Yes. Ms. Free?
Yes.
Ms. Amesqua?
Yes.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios?
Yes.
Dr. Vidari?
Yes.
Dr. Concio?
No.
Mr. Bressoff?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
And finally, 22T, West Coast Arborists. Independent contractor agreement with West Coast Arborists to provide landscape and tree maintenance outside the scope of the grounds department. This agreement is effective for the upcoming school year. So can we get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. What is the scope of the grounds department? We'll start there. Or what's outside the scope?
Well, no, they do the trimmings, they cut trees, but if we plan to remove an old tree, then we have to call somebody else because it's not just remove it from the ground. You know, it requires more. It requires more insurance. This one really doesn't take away anything from them because they really do all the work. I don't know if you remember. I think it was last year or 2 years ago by Wake Middle School. Remember when the tree fell down into the street, into the sidewalks, blocking the traffic? We do this full inventory of the trees, and sometimes they need to be trimmed out way from the top. And we don't have those booms that go like 40, 50, 60 feet. So when do need it, we will call this company. And then again, I mean, we're signing 10,000. We can either use the 10,000 throughout the year, or for all we know, we'll only use 3, 5, 7,000. And then when we don't need it, we just won't use it.
About 3 years ago, there was several dead trees right outside of Foster Road that were all Foster
We have
Elementary.
quite a few.
Those pine trees right off on that back street, they were completely dead.
Yes.
So they had to be chopped down to the stump.
Mm.
But so, for example, chopping trees down to the stump, that's outside the scope of the grounds department?
Most of the times when we remove the whole tree, we always call a company to remove them.
So is this like a retainer, or because I'm thinking about my colleague in District 7 or Trustee Area 7, and I know that there was hot topic issues when it comes to some green maintenance. So do these actually, like, is this a retainer contract, or is this like, do we actually have individual projects which would equate to the 10,000, which it would address immediately?
Well, I think last year we had this study and then almost an inventory, all the trees that we had, and all the healthy ones, and all the ones that will have to be basically cut into the future. So we just go and see which projects are gonna go first, and depending on the needs, then we just go either trim them, or even though we completely hate it to cut a tree, then I guess we just remove the tree.
So, is there any other companies besides West Coast? I know the city uses them too.
I think we use another company, it's called Mariposa as well.
Okay. I'm just saying, I know they're a bit more expensive than some of the other companies. And also, how much was the total for, you remember, for the one at
Oh, I'm sorry, that I don't remember.
Okay.
I can probably find out. I don't remember right now.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, no, those were my questions. I just know that, sometimes we just have to take something down because it's so big and it's roofing or cements and different things. So we also have to be conscientious of maybe what type of trees we start to put up and
But also, this district's been around for a while. The trees outside of Foster Road have been there for probably 40, 50 years. And so I'm walking by there one time, we're looking up, and I'm like, there's brown branches. They got to go. So I didn't expect the whole tree to be cut, but apparently they were dead all the way down. All right. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Can we get a roll call on 22T?
Ms. Free? Yes. Ms. Amezcua?
Yes.
Ms. Langenwalter?
Yes.
Mr. Rios?
Yes.
Dr. Vidari?
Yes.
Dr. Concio?
No.
Mr. Bressoff?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, that brings us to board communications. We'll start off with Ms. Langwalter.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for hanging in here. I will keep this brief. I always enjoyed seeing our Southeast Academy cadets at our Memorial Day celebration in La Mirada at Olive Lawn. They did a great job. It was a very a great honoring ceremony. I had the privilege of seeing seniors individually recognized at Southeast Academy, seniors who have had outstanding grades or accolades, also at John Glenn High School. And then the graduations I was able to attend, I included Southeast Academy at Excelsior. Beautiful ritual there, passing of the guide on to the next class. John Glenn High School graduation at John Glenn. The Norwalk-La Mirada Adult School students at Excelsior. Norwalk High School at beautiful Norwalk High, balmy early summer evening. With many of my colleagues were at all of these events. Then the biggest day was 4 different ceremonies. The first one was at Benton, and then Hutchinson followed. And then in the afternoon, evening, El Camino, and La Mirada High School at La Mirada High. And so it was, it's an exciting time. One of the funnest parts about this job is to shake hands and congratulate our students. Thank you.
Semesqua?
I had a very busy 2 weeks. On May 22nd, I attended the Special Education Community Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Wood, and then staff. I was invited by 2 amazing parents that I met and when they were in Head Start. Eric Aguilar and Evelyn Acevedo, they're amazing advocates for special ed. And they said, Norma, we want you to come. And it was just, I learned so much. Just to tell you, that hour and a half, I learned so much about special ed. And I want to commend everyone that works in special ed for all that they do with their children. But those 2 individuals that I just mentioned, Erica and Evelyn, they're amazing. They really care about all of our students, and they're here to support, and they're going to continue supporting. So kudos to them. On May 31st, I attended the Migrant Education Graduates Banquet with SP Free. I want to give kudos to Counselor Jonathan Verdugo. These kids love him. He's an amazing, amazing counselor. I'm so glad that we were able to bring him full-time. I know he was part-time for a long time. Brandelia did an amazing job too. And of course, Mr. Ramirez, these parents are very grateful for that program. And we hope that it continues to grow. On June 2nd, we had our last orientation. We finalized our governance handbook revision, so we're excited about that. We worked as a team. It took us some time, but we were able to get it together. We want to thank our 2 special people that came out and helped us put it together. From June 3rd and 5th, we had promotions and graduations. I was able to take a few days off, and I was part of all the promotions. I know that it's important. I didn't want to just do Norwalk. I did La Mirada as well, and I was able to take that time off. So I was very grateful for my boss that allowed me to do that. Graduations, I was able to go to almost all of them, except unfortunately I couldn't make it to La Mirada. I had a family matter that I had to attend to, but I know that all our colleagues were there, and I'm glad that you were there to support. I missed it. I've never missed in the 6 years that I've been a member. I've never missed any graduation, so I really felt bad not to be there. I'm hoping that next year I will be there. This weekend was a very busy weekend. On Saturday, I was part of the pre-Norwalk. It's been a couple of years that for some reason or another, I'm not able to attend. It's an amazing event. Kudos to April Ruder, our teacher from Edmondson. She's amazing at putting this together. We saw many different pastors that came in from Norwalk and even from sister cities that were part of it, our teachers that were there. Thank you for supporting our students. We do have amazing Bible study clubs. Yes, I know that we talk about bringing the Bible back to our schools, but we have clubs, and we have them. La Mirada has a club, Norwalk has a club, even our elementary schools. So there is clubs for our kids that want to go and pray or discuss religion. It's there. It's there for them. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for being there. Dr. Gatto was there as well. Worship was amazing. We all enjoyed it. Our captain, Sheriff Conti was there as well, and they prayed for us as a district. They prayed for the city of Norwalk. It was just amazing. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't go to service on Sunday because I was going to be very busy, but that was my service right there because it was beautiful. Sunday was a very busy day for me. As you know, many of you guys know I'm part of the Norwalk Lions Club, and it was our banquet where we recognized leaders in our community. So we were able to recognize our teacher of the year. So we invited Allison. I hope I don't mess up her last name. Boysenrank? Is that her last name? From Morrison, who was our teacher of the year. She was there with her husband, so we were very excited that she was part of it. Dr. Baker was also invited. Thank you for being there. As you know, she has been part of going to our events in our community, and we want to thank you for that. A lot of people are discussing how they've seen you, and they value that you're part of our community now. So it was a long day. It's 11, and yes, yesterday was a hectic day for me, but we also recognize our firefighters. We have 2 stations. We give them their plaques, and we thank them for the service that they give to our city. Also, our detectives of the year and our deputies of the year. So it was a really nice event. Next year marks our 80th anniversary. I've only been in line for 13 years, but our club has been around for 80 years next year. So it's going to be a big event, and we're hoping that we could invite many of you guys to come in and see what we do for our community. And that concludes my report.
Ms. Free?
This past week was very busy for me as well. I was able to participate in the graduations and then the senior awards. And I tell you, I enjoyed both of them equally the same. I got to participate at Southeast Academy Senior Awards, John Glenn High School, Norwalk High School, and the Migrant Education Speech and Debate Senior Awards. It was such a unique experience there, and I was really happy to see the parent involvement as well, the community involvement. And I am so proud that we have our counselor, Jonathan Verdugo, who's just made such an impact on the lives of our students there. So I'm really proud of all the work that they're doing there and in all the schools. So it was really exciting for me as a first-time board member to be able to participate at these events. We had our board training last week, which was a really, something exciting to be a part of. Taking a look at our mission, vision, our core values, and doing it at a district-wide is just something really exciting for me to be a part of. And I completed and graduated from my CSBA board training. So I finished all my 5 courses. I got my little badge and, recognition. I was pretty excited about that, and so it's an accomplishment. It's a lot to learn. We really do cover a whole lot. I'm the type of person that likes to review the material that has been provided. So, I take out my books and I review, and it's really helpful. It's a lot, but you're provided with the foundation and where you can go back and take a look at some of the questions that you may have, and the answers are in those books. So thank you for sending me to that training. I really appreciate it. And once again, I continue to have my weekly sessions with Dr. Baker, which I really appreciate. They're able to answer all my questions. Estuardo, we get him on the phone as well, and he'll answer my questions. So thank you so much. And I really just want to thank all my colleagues here as well for all their support and encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Vidore?
Good evening once again. My report is brief. We, as my colleagues have been sharing, we completed our final board training session, and I also attended the graduations. It's such an exciting time. I was thinking, like, what do I like the most about these graduations? And I realized that I love to hear the speeches, but mostly the speeches by the students, even more so than the adults there. And I really I appreciate to congratulate each student individually. And something that I love very much is when they throw their caps in the air. I love it. I'm always there ready with my phone to capture that moment. And then I continue with my weekly calls with Dr. Baker, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Rios?
Yeah, good evening. Well, like my colleagues, I also attended the migrant program celebration that they had. They looked amazing with their gowns before they actually graduated, and they were there representing some of the speeches, obviously, concur with some of the ones that we heard on the graduation nights. But having the way they did everything this year, I think I didn't stay for the candle ceremony, right? Which was symbolizing for those that were leaving, passing on the light to those that are next, to keep up that same rigor, that same momentum. And I think that, they've been doing a great job. I think that since the first time that we went, right, it's grown quite a bit. I think they're on the right path to grow that program more. I want to thank everybody that's been involved, and another great thing about it is I've been grateful enough to reach out to some of my partners in the Chamber of Commerce to help out with their donations on different things. And some of these kids had the best time or the first time to go out of Norwalk, to be out of the side of Norwalk. And where do they go? They go to Monterey, right? And they get to experience that, something that they haven't done. Every quarter they have something to celebrate, and it's great to see them there, great to see the parents, and having that room full of the Huerta site full with parents and seeing how they're working with their kids and driving them on Saturdays and after schools. And that means that, they care for their students. And the other factor is that I remember, if I'm not correct, and I think Norma before there was only Norwalk schools. Now there's La Mirada schools, right? So it's been really, really good to join in and collaborate. So it's been great. I just love the fact that we celebrate all these graduations with the students who have worked so hard. I mean, we all think, it's 4 years. No, it hasn't been 4 years. It's been 13 years, on their learning experience. And obviously, seeing some, and I know Angel from who gave that powerful speech. I know him and the family since he was 5, and seeing him grow, seeing how he does, it's something that it gives you pleasure to see, and it is something because it was one of those families that you're always can help him and give a hand. But this time it looks like he's going to come out and give the hand to everybody else, right? Because and it's great to see that. And it's just been great to have all those celebrations and celebrate with everyone. And that's all I got for today. Thank you.
Dr. Concia?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, like my colleagues, I was able to attend graduations ceremonies for La Mirada High School, Norwalk High School, John Glenn High School, Southeast Academy, Adult School, and the Alternative Ed program. Something unique, and we kind of touched a little bit about it, is like we want to kind of standardize or at least offer some of the same things across the graduations, but more importantly, every single graduation. And Dr. Sanchez, you know this very well. Some of these graduations, they have just their own unique touch. And so preserving their own unique touch is obviously not just significant, but it preserves the culture of those respective school sites. I will say that Dr. Baker did let me know which one was her favorite graduation, but I will not call her out. So just know I know the answer, and if anyone's ever wondering. But more importantly, these graduations, and all my colleagues, we were able to showcase students. We dabbed with students. We high-fived students. We took funny pictures with students. I know student speeches were highlighted, but I actually want to highlight and want to give just a big kudos to our president for two reasons. Number one, saying speeches on the fly, which was very impressive. But two, more importantly, is I was excited for the next graduation, and one of the excitement was you and hearing what you were going to say. But I think it's just very, very wonderfully said. Really encapsulates what the Board of Education envisions and how we would like our students to go on from our district and not forget where they came from, but just continue being lifelong learners and be successful. And I think each of your speeches was unique. It captured it, and it really tapped into that respective audience. And so, I just thank you so much, and I really enjoyed your speeches. Thank you to all the team members who selfishly and diligently set up and tore down for all the graduations. I know in the middle of our graduation ceremony, right, it was like a rain thunderstorm, like a weird one. And so when we were in Excelsior at the Southeast graduation, John Glenn staff was out there making sure things were dry, air drying, blow drying, everything. So by the time we got there, it was as if the rain didn't happen. There was no puddles. There was actually no puddles, if you noticed. And that wasn't because the sun was strong that day. That was because the staff at John Glenn High School and principal and leadership, everyone did their part to make sure that those students were celebrated and showcase them. And so kudos to everyone across our district and also in John Glenn for being able to fight the rain. I was able to participate in all the scholarship presentations and events. It was my honor to give this year the engineering scholarships, the Ginger Shattuck inspirational scholarships, the Kiwani scholarships, and also the VFW scholarships at La Mirada High School, Norwalk High School, John Glenn High School, Southeast Academy, and then respective as part of their graduation ceremonies, the Adult and Alternative Ed. I also attended the CSEA Appreciation Night along with the leadership here. And I was not invited to bowl, so I was invited to the event, but I was not invited to bowl. So hopefully next year I make the cut and I actually get invited to bowl, not just show up to an event. But it's really important. I know maybe bowling is not everyone's cup of tea, but just being present, not just showing up, but being present, and just hearing folks out, because it wasn't exclusive or mutually exclusive to folks from CSEA. It was also there was educators there, district leadership there, and just having rich dialogue and being open about what our goals are, what our directions are, and getting new ideas. And it's a great opportunity to do so. So I invite my colleagues, every time anybody has an appreciation night, please attend. I met with my Tenla mentors. I've been meeting them a lot more often, frequency, but I think it's important also to be honest as board members, especially when we're having dialogue and conversations. And be very careful, because when we're in negotiations, we should be very cognizant of what we're saying and what we're not saying with our words or actions. I was able to attend Memorial Day for both the city of Norwalk and the city of La Mirada. In the theme of prayer, I'm now the chaplain for the VFW La Mirada. I know people are like, wait, this guy? Well, yeah, this guy. This guy prays too, guys, all right? So I know some of my colleagues were there to hear. And just to let you guys know, I didn't attend the La Mirada Memorial Day. In the same spirit that I asked questions, and I'm very direct, I prayed like that. It was pretty direct and pretty hard. But yeah, Memorial Day is really important. It's really different than Veterans Day. We memorialize and remember those men and women that gave the ultimate sacrifice. It's important we not forget their sacrifice was not in vain. I was able to attend the La Mirada Chamber of Commerce mixer that was held last month, and looking forward to attending more Norwalk Chamber of Commerce mixers and events. Thank you, Dr. Lyon and Terry Lynn, for dealing with us / helping us. I really hope that we see more of them. I know Dr. Baker, Dr. Lyon, you're going to be working with her a little closely. But Terry Lynn, at least for us, we don't really get mentors. And sometimes we have conversations with, other board members, but I think Terry Lynn was just great and just a rich repository of knowledge and guidance. And finally, I was able to attend Los Alisos' spring concert. And I'm not going to mention which administrators were dancing, but I will say, wow, the students that are in our middle schools and going into our high schools, and the caliber of musicians is unbelievable, unimaginable. I mean, I think when I was in 8th grade, I was like blowing three notes and that's it. So impressive that they played Kendrick Lamar's "They Not Like Us." And if you don't know what that song is, then I know you didn't watch the Super Bowl. But more importantly, they're playing music that they can relate to, that excites them, and they get that buy-in. And then it develops into rich programs like in Norwalk and John Glenn and La Mirada, respectively. So great job, not just to Los Alisos and all their VAPA programs, but also across the district. And so looking forward to a great summer and continuing to engage in rich dialogue and give directionality to our district. And that concludes my report.
Dr. Concio. Yes, briefly, had the opportunity to attend the most of the graduation, well, the evening graduations, a couple of the promotions, and I did enjoy addressing the students. Probably my favorite was, at El Camino, telling the students, others gave up, you got up, keep getting up. That was really, and I was able to speak from the heart to each different school. Just want to say thank you and congratulations to all the teachers that are, finish off the year and enjoy. If you're not teaching summer school, enjoy your well-deserved break. If you are teaching summer school, thank you. Thank you for helping our students succeed, for helping our students catch up, for helping our students push forward. To our classified staff that is working hard this summer, stripping the floors and re-waxing them, getting the grounds ready. But there's a lot of hard work that happens in the summer when there's fewer students on campus that they can do more intense work. A lot of intense work that happens. So really grateful for that. And that's when you come in August, September, and the schools are, wow, that's because of all the hard work in the summer. And then just wanted to say thank you for the district staff and administration that is working hard this summer at planning. I know you just ended and you feel like you're going to be pushing forward to plan for the fall. I realize you're like, summer? What summer? The work starts. So thank you for your hard work and making sure that we have a great start of the next school year. That concludes my report. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Good night.